I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein!
I know I'd go from rags to riches.
Why, a 4-year-old child could understand this report. Run out and find me a 4-year-old child. I can't make head or tail out of it. Baravelli, you've got the brain of a 4-year-old boy, and I bet he was glad to get rid of it.
My fate is up to you.
Now, I'd be shitting my pants if I was you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm already listening to that intro. I hate that I only get it one more time. Hello, everyone. Two more times. Welcome to Your List Sucks Top 100. I'll use the community's favorite word, the penultimate countdown episode. We're doing 20 through 11 tonight. Glad you all could join us. Hopefully you all got the memo and you remembered that we're starting early tonight. If you didn't, I don't know who I'm talking to because you're not here yet. We'll see you in about 45 minutes. But yeah, tonight's we're gonna start the get to real. We're gonna do the round robin. What we usually do for the top 3 every night. We're doing every movie, so everybody's gonna get a chance to go, and we're just gonna keep looping around for all 10. So get comfortable, relax. We'll probably be here a while, but it's gonna be fun. Cody, after a couple weeks of decisions you weren't happy with, you came roaring back last week with a big win. How are you feeling about these last 2 episodes?
Well, one, I was terrified because I had the YouTube playing behind it, so your voice was double coming at me, and I was really scared for a second. Tonight's, I'm the boring panelist, right? I don't have the bizarre puppets. I don't have the terrible 90s and actions movies. I don't go from Muppets to Inglorious Bastard. I don't do that. So I'm going to be cut of the mill. I come in here, I run my playbook, I'm going to win, and that's fine, and then I'll get talk trash because I don't have fever pitch here, which a real person would put fever pitch here.
Spoiler alert.
So, yeah, it should be a fun episode. These last 2 are always the most entertaining because they're long, but by the end of it, people are screaming at each other, so it's a lot of fun.
All right. Up next is Ethan. I also don't remember who finished in what order because the rest of your lists were kind of lackluster last week, to be honest with you. But we'll go to Ethan first. You got two more shots at this. How do you think it's going to go for you next last episode?
I don't know, because I feel like similar to my last week, I think there's going to be some stuff on here you're very happy with and a few things that you're very unhappy with. I also I want to issue an apology for this week because I realized this is my most film bro-y list out of all 10, and yeah, I can't do anything about it now, guys. It's there, but I understand if you're upset with me.
What does film bro-y mean? Does that just mean you like good movies? Because if so, I'm a film bro. Next we got Brian Michaels. Brian, you had a couple good showings here past couple weeks, but you just haven't got off the schneid yet. Next to last shot at it. How's it going to go for you tonight?
I feel like I've made it through the other end of the tunnel here because I think from here on out there might be some that you're not as big a fan of, but I think most of my real hot takes that you hate are in the rearview mirror now. So you might not agree with all my picks, but I feel like I won't be abused too much.
All right, and finally, he's definitely not boring. He's definitely not a film bro. Zach Ford. What do you got in store for us tonight?
I've given up. It's been a pleasure to be here. I enjoyed talking. If Brian's saying this is his best, chances coming forward, then I'm just doomed because my list is not boring. What I mean by not boring is having interesting takes, movies that maybe people but no one would think would be in the top 20 other than your list. That's the interesting.
Are you going to talk about my everything tonight?
Definitely what I'm going with on a lot of my top 10 movie for. Mainly, I'm just trying to survive the alien invasion that's happening outside my window right now. That's my main goal tonight.
We'll get through it together. But without further ado, let's get started. Let's get right into it. And Cody, we're going to start out with your number 20.
Okay. No, it's not. Army of the Dead is not on my list. Hold on. I can do this. I'm a part of this show. I can run this stuff. Why did he load everything? Okay.
Once again,
my number 20. Very boring. Very cut of the middle. It's The Princess Bride.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Yeah, we're just going through. We'll just go through.
Okay.
Ethan, you're number 20.
All right. I don't remember where everyone falls on this sort of thing, but my number 20 is Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2.
This is Volume 1. This is Volume 1. I think I'm the only one that put the whole bloody affair on there. So.
I have on my list Volume 1 and 2.
He had 1 and 2 on his list.
I'm the only one that put just Volume 1.
Yeah, Zach's the only one that knows how to play the game.
Did yours already come up, or is it yikes still?
I think it ends here. Yeah.
Ends here. I legit thought we already talked about it. So
Okay. So if it ends here, I will talk about it. Yeah, I mean this movie, these two movies, which are one movie, really, if you take it by what Quentin Tarantino says. If you don't, that's fine. Let's just talk about the story then, not as a movie. The story is incredible. It's a great revenge movie. It's a great martial arts movie. It is incredibly violent in a way that is just like, it's like a kid in a candy store with violence, the way Quentin Tarantino directs this. The Crazy 88 scene is one of the best action scenes of all time. I saw this way too young, and it was really, really gross, and I hated it. And then I grew up a little bit, watched it again. I was like, this is the coolest shit ever. I've gone back and forth. I know a lot of people prefer the first one because it's got like the great action, like the Crazy 88 scene and all that. I prefer the second one. I love all the stuff with the bride, Beatrix, and Bill. I love how that story resolves itself. I love the ending. I just think it's such a crazy big revenge saga that's just like woven together so well, and it's funny, it's like scary, it's intense, there's good violence, there's action. It's just such a wild ride, and I don't think that anyone who likes action movies or revenge stories could watch this and not enjoy it. And it birthed one of the best interview clips ever, which is when an interviewer asked Quentin Tarantino why there has to be so much violence in his movies, and because it's so much fun, Jan. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's the best.
Okay, I think who had it where?
Well, to how Ethan had it, I had the actual thing, but I think he decided to cut up Quentin Tarantino's masterpiece. So
all right, Zach, go ahead and talk about one movie as is proper in one slot on this show.
All right. So I picked Volume 1, I think mainly because the rewatchability quality is higher. Maybe because, I think the second one depends so much more on following the first one because it's, finishing the story more or less. But the first one can stand alone. Because the weird thing is I actually had not seen Volume 2 since like the late 2000s, and I've seen Volume 1 like 8 times. I often watch Volume 1 and don't move on. I think because it just has an action piece, it's so exciting, so thrilling, so innovative in its hybrid animation techniques and its use of color, and even compared to things that Quentin Tarantino does. Often, I think he had some new tricks up his sleeve on this one. I think this is his most action forward movie. That exhilarates every time you watch it, and Uma Thurman should have been a huge action star. Know how this didn't propel something afterwards because she's just so perfect and so intimidating, in her presence. So I love Volume 1.
So I saw a copy of The Whole Bloody Affair. Regardless of how it all works, I saw it. If somebody can put something on the list from Sundance that no one has an option to see, well, screw you. I got a ticket to The Whole Bloody Affair and I watched it. And as the creator of this show, The Whole Bloody Affair has been accepted on a top 100 list, so all it is canon in the YLS. Plus, I put it at the bottom, so I can't even get crap for it. Like, at all. It's in my bottom. It's in my bottom 20. I think this movie is incredible. I think overall, Tarantino refers to it as one film, and I think that's where the film resides. I think it is one film. If you watch them back to back or together, they play perfectly right into each other. They're just where one ends. He just couldn't put this long of a cut into a theater and get anybody to back it. So I absolutely love it. I'm kind of with Zach before I watched the whole bloody affair. Where I was like, the second one is fine, but when you watch them all together as that group, I absolutely loved it. Watching it in one instead of like having to stop and put something else in. Watching it all together at one went so high up on my list. I think this is one of Tarantino's best works.
Okay. I understand Cody hosted Yellow Sucks has accepted this. But look at it this way, Cody. Cody hosted Your List Sucks as American League. Kirk hosted Your List Sucks as National League. We do the rules. We do the rules right here.
So the that's gross.
What's ironic to me is that Zach is the only one who did this right and had one movie on his spot, where Zach is the only person who has room for another movie because Small Axe isn't really a movie. That being said,
we're not starting this shit.
Yes.
That being said, no, I mean I would say like Zach did do this, and the whole thing Tarantino saying it's one movie, that's fine. Release it. You know, not all of us can make it out to the New Beverly to see your special screenings of the whole movie. Release it. If you think it's one movie, put it out there as one movie.
People travel across country to go see Schmodown. You can do it.
Well, you know what? Okay. But either way, I think even if we are looking at both movies, I think Zach's right. I think the first one is far superior. I think it's really front-loaded. I think it has the best action. I think it has the best story. The second one's good. I think I just like the Japan stuff better. I just like that whole like samurai aesthetic. You know, like Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs were kind of his live letter, his homage to like the old like noir crime films. This is his that for like samurai and martial arts and karate movies. And just like he did with Pulp Fiction, he does a great, just a great job of calling all that stuff back, but still making something new and fresh and something his own. Uma's great in this. The fight scene, just the way it's set up with the list and hunting everybody down, is really good. And I like the second one. I don't hate it, but like I said, I think just after like the roller coaster ride is the first one, kind of screeches to a halt, and you don't get that same feeling in the second one. Brian, you were the only one who did not have this on your list.
Yeah, I mean, I like most Quentin Tarantino films to different degrees, but for me, he kind of goes in spurts. Like he made a couple great films, kind of made some decent stuff, made a couple more great ones, then made Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So I mean, it kind of comes and goes. Kill Bill, I think for me, it's in like lower tier Tarantino, but even that for Tarantino movies is still pretty good. The thing for me is Tarantino. One thing he needs more of is somebody to like rein him in. Because he's so self-indulgent, and there's so much filler in his. I mean, it drags out shots and scenes, and things go on too long. And so the worst thing you could do is give him a whole second film so you could spread it out over 4 hours. And so for me, it's just like get more of that Tarantino stuff. Where it's like, okay, come on, can we move on? So I mean, there's definitely things about this movie I like. There's scenes I like about it. There's obviously acting performances I like about it. It's just for me, it's just not one of my favorite Tarantino films.
All right.
Brian's been on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, so I appreciate you. Thank you.
Brian, what's your number 20?
Actually, my 20 will be Yikes Yang because it's Princess Bride as well.
Oh, great minds think alike.
Okay, Zach, your number 20.
My number 20 was pre-Yikes. It is, I got so excited about the word pre there. Is Catch Me If You Can. So, Catch Me If You Can. I think there's a couple movies coming up in my top 20 that I think get a lot of boost in my rankings because of watching them as a preteen or teenager when I was really discovering movies away from just animated movies and kids movies, but what like an adult movie could really be. And Catch Me If You Can was one of the first times I was like exhilarated by a movie that was not aimed directly for kids. I think just the zippiness of the plotting and the performances between DiCaprio and Tom Hanks it is electrified in it. Holds up on every rewatch because there's such an energy and such a charm to everything happening on. And I think I watched it somewhat recently too, and as an adult, I think there's new things I can get from it than I did when I was 13. The Christopher Walken performance weighs a lot heavier. The father-son themes that Spielberg was so obsessed with, I think, is almost some of the more resonant part of that in his career is done in this movie between Spielberg and DiCaprio. And DiCaprio searching for a surrogate father figure, and Tom Hanks, someone that he can trust on once it's his dad's kind of world starts to explode a little bit. And I think as a father and as a husband that's like constantly insecure about how I am treating my family and leading the way, it hits a lot heavier on rewatch. I'll let Cody continue.
Yeah, Catch Me If You Can is one that keeps going on my list. I know there's certain people that put it as top Spielberg. I have a lot of fun with it. I really wish Leo and Hanks did more movies together because I think that dynamic really plays really well in this movie, and I would like to see them in other things. It's slowly going up my list more and more every time I watch it. But yeah, I'm with Zach. The stuff when I first watched it was good, and then the stuff that once you age, gets better, like the Christopher Walken performance, like you said. It's just a really interesting story of how it all went about. And, the more you look at it, the stuff you could get away in the past with fraud and stuff like that is just, insane. Because what you could have done to what you can do, not even close. You can't even attempt stuff like that now. So, yeah, it's a very interesting movie. I love this movie.
Anybody else have it? Go ahead, Zach.
Oh, I already talked. I will say
it seemed like you were going to say something else.
Oh yeah, I was going to say it's also influential not just on what movies can be for adults, but also it made me want to be a con man. Definitely, it's hard to watch the 13-year-old and not think you can do what DiCaprio did. I definitely had some false belief that I was going to rule this fucking world.
I like it. I don't love it. It's not top Spielberg for me. I just like what he does with some other things. His other styles of movies that he does, I prefer. Walken is great. And his whole storyline is just kind of devastating and heartbreaking. And, you watch what he goes through, from the beginning, the relationship he has with the mom and the family and how that all falls apart, I think is the best part of the movie. But yeah, it just has never really grabbed me. I don't know why. Leo's good in it. Hanks is good in it. It just
it's weird. This seems like a movie that would hit you.
I don't know why it doesn't. I watched it a lot. I think I watched it 3 or 4 times for trivia the past year and a half, and I like it more. When the first time I saw it, I just kind of came and went. I was like, I wasn't that into it. The more I watch it, the more I like it. But it's still nothing I've fallen in love with this movie. Ethan and Brian on Catch Me If You Can.
I'm kind of with you, Kirk. But I mean, I enjoy the movie. It's definitely not top tier Spielberg for me. I mean, there's Spielberg movies, and then there's just movies that happen to be directed by Spielberg. Stuff like The Post and Bridge of Spies and this movie and The Terminal. They don't feel like a Spielberg film. And I mean, they're entertaining movies, but it feels like it's not one of his better ones to me. Leo and Tom are good in it, but it feels like stuff that's not really kind of, for me, up to their abilities. Could have been anybody playing that, would have been fine. And so I mean, it's an entertaining film, but it's nothing that would make my list.
I kind of following with you guys. Actually, I like it a lot. I don't love it. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I did really I enjoyed it a lot when I first saw it, and then I saw it once more, and I still liked it. It just didn't blow me away I think it does for a lot of people. There is that one scene that always stands out to me where Leo and Tom Hanks are at the motel, and that's the closest they come, and that scene is phenomenal. That's one of Spielberg's best scenes in any of his movies, I think. I've watched just that scene before and just felt the attention and really appreciated it, how it's shot. I think it's great.
All right, we got through that first set pretty quickly. Let's see how it goes rest of the night. Cody, you're number 19.
So number 19 is a movie I never thought it would come up in this community ever, and then it came up in Kirk's list, and it's surprising. It's The Odd Couple from 1960. So this is a comedy that is very, very close to me. I played this character in high school production of this, and it stuck with me ever since. I think Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon working together in any movie is probably one of the best comedy duos on screen that has ever existed. The way they were able to interact with each other and bring the best out in each one was just really good. And they have to rely on each other so much in this film. It's just them, basically. They have surrounding characters come in. It's a nutcase, basically, guy that loses his wife. He's at the end of his rope. He tries to kill himself. And Oscar Madison is like, he's a slob. He's total bachelor life, does not care. Brings this guy in and slowly finds out that he's just not a fit for Oscar whatsoever. But he's worried about kicking him out, that he would just like end his life. So he's like and then the scene from the outro from this is when he's like at his wits end. He's like, when you're mad, just break the cup, just lose it, just go crazy for once. I think this movie is just so funny, especially their interaction, especially when they get all angry. If you haven't seen it, I think it's an underrated comedy that does not a lot of people see. And I think it's absolutely hysterical. So Odd Couple for choice.
Yeah, obviously I love this movie. I think I had it in my top 20, top 30, somewhere close to this. It's probably my favorite comedy of all time. The two of them are just so strong together. Just such a great duo. I mean, they're great individually too. They're two great characters, but you put them together and it's amazing. I mean, this is my favorite of everything they did together. Matthau and Jack Lemmon. I rewatched it a couple months ago, and I was watching real close. And I think Oscar's apartment is one of my all-time favorite movie sets, just because the attention to detail of how slovenly his apartment is. Just like how there's mail sticking out the slot, and there's like a dartboard in the lampshade, and just like there's like dead flowers. You just look. There's so much detail, and then after Oscar comes in, you see all the change that he made. And then the supporting cast is great. I love the poker game scenes. And those guys are just so good. It's the cards. You wash the cards. It's just so many great moments like that. Yeah, it's hilarious. And again, it's just all dialogue. It's not jokey. It's not, it's just them, it's just everybody quipping off each other. One of the funniest movies ever. Everybody else, why did you miss this, this classic off your list?
Well, this movie is no Top Secret. Or Monty Python and the Holy Grail, but it's funny. It's a funny movie.
Write it down.
That's a lot.
I enjoy this movie a lot. It is very funny. I give it credit as one of those like classic comedies that you watch it and you're like, oh, it is as funny as people say it is. For the most part, I think it's Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. It's really fun watching them interact, and their chemistry is fantastic. I think it like wears out its welcome a little bit on me when eventually they're just kind of it's the same thing for like I don't know how long it is, like an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever, but I like it. I don't love it. I think it's a really good comedy. I gave up on winning a long time ago, so I'm just gonna be honest, but I do like the poker scene. The score is great, that theme song, which I had heard my whole life and I never realized it was from this movie. It's a great song.
It's No The Odd Couple too, but no, it's good. I've honestly never seen either of them, so can't talk about it. I remember the TV show when I was a kid. It was still airing in reruns. Does that count?
No.
You're muted.
I'm getting all of my swears out when I'm muted. That'd be a bad word right there. Anyways, I've seen the TV show and I've seen the sequel, I think, in theaters. I have not seen the original.
Just real quick, should I start YLS at this time every time? I've never had 25 people watching the show ever at one time. Should we start earlier? If you want to start earlier, believe me, a lot of people will be okay with that. Just let me know. Go ahead.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. That's all right. We're on to Ethan's number 19.
All right. This is a movie that this will be the third time I've spoken about it on a show in this community in 2 days. The first was on Why We Love Horror with Mike Hanley. shout out. The second one was unlogged at Multiplex. And the third will be tonight. We're talking about Nightbreed. And we're talking about the director's cut of Nightbreed specifically. And that's because I've never seen the original because I can't find it because the director's cut is the easy one to find. This is a movie that I had never seen, and I worked at a movie theater. And I was working at a concession stand, and this guy liked horror movies, and he was talking to me. He's like, "You ever seen Nightbreed?" I was like, "No, what's Nightbreed?" And he's like, "It's a crazy movie. David Cronenberg plays a serial killer." I was like, that sounds fun. He's like, "There's a bunch of monsters." I was like, "That sounds great." I went, I watched it, I loved it. This movie it's Clive Barker's, like, it's his biggest world that he's ever kind of created and tried to like dive into. He had like a TV show planned, I think, but the movie didn't do well because it was cut up by the studio and all this other stuff. It probably wouldn't have done too well anyway. But it is a fun movie where it's just you're stepping into this underworld of all these crazy monsters with these great practical effects and really fun costumes and prosthetics. And it's just like a feast for the eyes if you like horror movies and if you like monster stuff. And the monsters are not the bad guys. Some of them are good guys. So it's really fun. A lot of them have really great characterizations. There's a really deep lore built into this story. And there's just so much you can take out of it for a movie that seems on its surface like a goofy, silly horror movie, which it kind of is, but it's also, it is really deep. And David Cronenberg, as I said, plays a psychopathic serial killer who wants to murder a bunch of monsters. It's awesome. Go watch this movie. Watch the director's cut. The last half hour of this movie is fucking insane. It goes like all the way to 11. It's insane. Watch it.
My review for this movie on Letterboxd is that it's kind of a mess. I was being nice. This movie's a total mess. I feel like people brought him a bunch of like character designs, like monster designs, and he was like, "Cool, yes, let's take that movie." And they were like, "Okay, what do we do?" He's like, "Monsters, go, do it." Like, it's just all over the place. There's a lot of like really good ideas, like the germs of good ideas in here. Like the idea of a psychiatrist who sets his patients up and frames them for his murders is actually a really good idea, but they don't go deep enough in that. The deep lore, I don't know where the deep lore is. I think I watched a director's cut, and like it's there's monsters living underground, and that's all you ever know. They never tell you what's going on or why they're there or what's happening. They're just there, and it's never explained. And it just like you said, they're not the bad guys except when they are, and then the people are the bad guys. And the serial killer wants to kill. He kills families because he wants to stop people from breeding, but he also wants to kill the night breed. And I think it's just because the word breed is in their name. Like, it makes no sense.
He's families because he wants to prevent Nightbreed from being born. God damn it, Kirk!
It makes no sense. Well, you just explained that better to me in 3 seconds than the movie did in 2 hours.
The movie explains it. It's in the movie.
It's not the movie. And yeah, like you said, the ending. It's like the monsters aren't the bad guys. The people are the bad guys or something. So at the end, like, there's nobody to really. There's a huge fight scene. There's nobody to root for. There's nobody like you really care about. Yeah, this movie's a total mess. Cody, you'd love it. Anybody else seen and or have opinions on Nightbreed?
And I remember because I was back then, I was like on all the horror movies and stuff. But I watched for the first time.
Nah, Brian, you're gonna have to pause. Your sound is.
You're gonna have to hop out and come back in, bro.
You sound like you're explaining the plot of Nightbreed.
The only thing I will say about Nightbreed, after I saw Kirk and Brian give like different times when I looked up the movie after you pitched it, and give probably the lowest scores Brian I've ever seen, and Kirk hates movies, but he at least gives 2 stars to good movies. It was lower, so I was out.
I haven't seen it, but the title sounds like a sexy underground orgy. So I'm like, I'm all in.
That might be going on. I don't know. Brian, what do you got on Nightbreed?
Am I better now? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why everybody was laughing at me. I'm like, what? What's going on? Yeah, so I saw this in the theater back when it originally came out, and I thought I remembered liking it because I was into like all the horror movies I could see back then, and the creature designs look cool and all that kind of stuff. But I rewatched it for the first time in 30 30 years or whatever, just this past year. And wow, it's bad. It's not good. I mean, besides the look of it, which, like I said, is kind of cool, it's really quite boring. And like Kirk says, it's kind of all over the place. And the only thing that stood out to me, and I think I said this in my review, is not in a good way, was Danny Elfman's score. It sounds like they took the score from like Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Batman and put it into this movie where it really didn't fit, in my opinion. But yeah, not great.
All right, Brian. Let's go on then to your number 19.
You picked a bad movie. Sorry. Okay.
My number 19 is 2005 movie Serenity.
McConaughey's great in this, isn't he?
That's why I specified 2005 Serenity. So they wouldn't put like my everything on the screen or something. Yeah.
One time. Actually twice, but
so back in like the 90s, early 2000s, the one thing that I was laughing. Am I going out again?
Yeah.
God damn it. I'm on a wired internet. I don't know what's going on. Let's try this one more time.
While we have this time, Cody, I would just like to point out you haven't seen Nightbreed, so you can't tell me I picked a bad movie.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
Kirk and Brian have vast. This is what I said the other day. When I saw Cruella and me and Scott Harvey gave it the same rating, I must have not been crazy. We disagree on movies. We came together. When those two agree a movie's crap, it's crap. Sorry.
Okay for the moment again?
Yes.
Sure.
I don't know. There's nobody else in the house using the internet. I'm wired.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah. No, so back in like the 90s and early 2000s, Fox was really good at sabotaging their own shows. So there's a show Firefly came on, and of course the marketing was horrible for it. They aired episodes out of order. They moved it to different nights of the week and everything, so nobody watched the show, including me. Then I heard this movie was coming out, and I went and saw this movie having never watched the show. And in the first 5 minutes, I was already in love with this. I mean, I was having so much fun in this movie. When the movie ended, I stopped on the way home to buy the whole series, all 13 episodes of it, or whatever, on DVD, and then binged it like that night. But this is a movie that, I mean, even if you just look at it as a movie by itself, you don't need to know anything about the show. It's a ton of fun. It's got such a great cast to it. I really like Joss Whedon's writing. I know it's not popular to talk about Joss Whedon right now, but I really enjoy his writing. I thought his script here was great. Chiwetel Ejiofor as the operative is awesome. Nathan Fillion gets to be like, the main guy instead of being like, the boyfriend or some side character. He gets to like actually star in this movie, and I think he does a great job. He's perfect for the character. But yeah, I mean, this is a movie that I think actually the death of the series was the best thing that ever could have happened in some ways, because otherwise we wouldn't have gotten this movie. And I think the movie is actually better than the series because they're able to kind of open up the scope. They got more budget to like actually add cool effects. They could have some bigger action scenes, things like that. And yeah, I liked it.
I'd say 100%. I know right away somebody in the chat's going to pipe in and be like, not me. But talking to people about this movie and this show, like 100%, it seems like the people who saw this movie first love the movie. And the people who saw the show first, not so much. Like they still like it, like they're somewhere, but they don't like it. They don't have the connection to the movie. And that's the camp I fall into. I saw the show and I watched the show in order before. Not when it was on the air, but I got a hold of the show and watched that in order and then watched the movie. So for me, the movie, I don't know if there's anything that could satisfy me as far as a conclusion of that story because the show ends so abruptly. But for me, it just feels like a lot of ideas, what probably would have been the next, season and a half of the series all kind of gets condensed into this movie. And the movie obviously wasn't like made with like mass audience in mind, which is why it didn't last, more than a season. But the movie obviously is made for more general audience. It's not bad. I would say like if it was episodes of the TV show, these would probably be the 4 worst episodes of the TV show, but they'd still be pretty good. I just don't think you get like the character moments. I think it downplays like the Western part, like the Western half of the sci-fi Western hybrid that you get really strong in the show. So yeah, and I mean, without spoiling it, obviously I'm not really satisfied with what happens to the end of some of the characters. Yeah, it's again, I like it. I don't love it. Everybody else's opinions on Serenity.
I haven't seen either. No, it didn't happen.
Let's all just sit really quietly and see how long it takes until someone speaks. We need to come up with a rotation. We'll talk about this.
Well, I jump in every time. The rest of you just.
We just because
the host should just call on people.
Yeah, or no. We have the same rotation every time. Okay. I have seen the movie. I don't remember anything. I haven't seen the show, but I've seen the movie. Nothing interesting to say. I remember nothing.
Yeah, I'd heard this movie had a crazy twist, and when we got to the twist at the end, I didn't quite buy it. But McConaughey and Anne Hathaway are interesting, and Diane Lane's in this movie. It's a crazy cast. I don't know how they got all these people with this garbage script together. But I like movies set on islands, so I enjoyed watching that. I feel okay about it.
Didn't drag that joke out at all.
No, I will say really quick, Serenity, I saw it once a long time ago because I had watched the show. I liked the movie a lot when I saw it. I haven't seen it in forever, but I think Farscape is a better version of Firefly, and it came first, so Firefly ripped off Farscape.
And Oyama's spot on. It's the moments in the series with them just hanging out, and them, the long dialogue moments, what you can't get in the movie. It's what's really missing from it.
It surprises me that you have this take on it about how they rushed in the next season and a half, as opposed to the series took its time with these other stories, because I know how you feel about Mandalorian, about how every episode is kind of like these little side stories, things like that, and just kind of hinted at the ongoing plot, and that this movie did that, stuck the main plot in it without the side stories of the series, and you didn't like that. So.
But for me, this show specifically was, the stories were inconsequential. It was about the characters. That's what made the difference for me. Okay, Zach, on to your number 19.
I feel really bad, Ethan, about your joke, landing nothing. I promise you I would have laughed if I pay attention sometimes, but sometimes I zone out and I had no idea what you were saying. Okay, here we go. This is also, yikes, this is another Zach and Cody night. We're just going to keep talking about the same shit. This is The Apartment. I'm a huge Billy Wilder fan. He is the most important director of all of classic film history. Anyways, no, The Apartment. It's just an incredibly delightful film while still, carrying a serious tone and dealing with, some serious moments like suicide and, loneliness and, fucking around on your wife. All those serious, important things. And insurance, but still bringing it all to a very simple but important idea of, what it means to be a mensch, to be, a good guy, a stand-up guy. In the full-fledged terms of that, because in a lot of terms, a lot of sad lonely boys think that Jack Lemmon could be being a good guy, taking care of Shirley MacLaine's character, letting other people use his apartment could be seen as being generous, but it's not standing up for oneself as well, and that's also part of being a mensch and their use of the term. Jack Lemmon, is one of the best at blending comedy and pathos. It does it perfectly as film. And I just also want to say, this has been, I think sometimes Billy Wilder comedy, especially 7 Year Itch, just cinematically are very flat. And this is just one of the best looking contained comedies I think there is. For being in insurance offices in the house, it just find some really creative ways to use the camera and make it look cinematic. You enter seeing Jack Lemmon in the insurance, and they make the space look so huge, which just increases the feeling of isolation of that. And the black and white is very crisp. Every time you shake your head, I just take it very personally, Cody. I have to read the
Ethan. It was Ethan. You're good.
My heart.
It wasn't me.
You need to know this. All right. And Shirley MacLaine, what a charmer. That's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, I had this last week. The Apartment. It's not my favorite Wilder. I have one higher, but I really just enjoyed this film through and through. Shirley MacLaine is giving one of the best acting performances ever in this film, and her and Jack Lemmon, the chemistry that they're able to. Jack Lemmon just had the ability when he worked with people just to create great chemistry with people, and Shirley MacLaine was one of those. And just how I love the ending of this movie and how it all goes down. On the Mensch line, like I think that's still one of my favorite lines in movie history. Is I've decided to be a Mensch. And you know what that means? A human being, as he turns into stuff and gives up his life, what he could have had. And just how they interact with each other. For this movie had a lot of hype behind it. Best Picture, a lot of people love it. Best rom-com of all time, or up there, a lot of people say. So it had a lot to climb for me, and it gets better on every rewatch. It's the one of the movies in this community that lives up to the hype. Some people I've heard mixed on it, and it just makes me sad. Like Nazario, if they had a scene where he washes the sheets, he would have like absolutely loved this movie, but there's no scene of him. He cleans everything else in the apartment besides the bedroom, and that pisses Nazario off to no end. But I'm pretty sure Jack Lemmon did it. Don't worry, Nazario. But yeah, this, if you haven't seen this movie, the situational comedy that is played in this, plus like the heart and the romance that they pull off, is just outstanding.
This is another one I like. Doesn't connect with me as much as everybody else does. There's just
joy, happiness, love.
There's just wilder, better, wilder stuff that I like better. I mean, it's probably top 5 for me, but there's still, definitely, 3 or 4 movies that are very far out in front of this one. I mean, the 3 leads in it are great. Shirley MacLaine's great in making that character relatable and sympathetic. It'd be real easy just to like kind of write that character off and be like, just quit doing such stupid stuff. But she's really lovable and likable, and her and Lemon's relationship is great. Fred McMurray's great as the boss, and
he's so good.
Yeah, just him just being that like real swarmy, kind of manipulative guy. Kind of that guy who just thinks he can control everybody and is constantly, running the show. And the two of them trying to come up against that.
Secretary is the real hero in this movie.
Yeah. I have nothing bad to say about it. Like I said, there's just Wilder that I like a lot better. Ethan and Brian on The Apartment.
I have not seen The Apartment, and I know very little about it other than that it's Billy Wilder, and I'll probably watch it at some point, but I'm in no rush to.
Watch other directors, says Zach.
No penises. Just looking at.
Well, then I'm in even less of a rush to watch it.
I know. I just want to get your hopes up.
I have seen The Apartment. Actually, finally saw it just a couple of years ago, and I actually really enjoyed this movie. This is another one I kind of like her because it's not one of my favorite of like classic movies, but it's a very enjoyable movie actually. And Shirley MacLaine especially, who I hadn't really seen anything except for like her modern day stuff, where she's much more kind of grating. She's always like the some mean lady or something, but then seeing her back in this role, she was very endearing. Actually, after this, I went and watched Irma la Douce as well, which reunited Wilder with Lemon and her, and I enjoyed that one, although not as much as The Apartment. So yeah, this is just another one that I totally respect. All the acclaim it gets and people's opinions of it, I very much enjoy it. Just not my top 100. That's all.
That's fair.
All right, Cody, what is your number 18?
My number 18. Pulp Fiction.
Yikes.
All right. Ethan, what is your number 18?
Pulp Fiction.
Yikes is the same number.
Well, still yikes anyway.
Show up on the show once in a while.
Hey, we have one of
them
on his list.
Why would I think why would I think that he would have it? Why? Of course he would have it. It's from the 90s.
Brian, what is your number 18?
Mine is Pulp Fiction. No, just kidding. Mine is don't do this jump joke again. It's 2012's The Avengers. Marvel's The Avengers.
Disney's Marvel's The Avengers.
And the other one might be
Part
a better
one.
pick.
So Ray Fiennes in this movie. No,
he's gonna lose it.
I don't give a shit what Paul thinks. Just like
I'm
he doesn't
here
care
to
what I
start
think
it.
about his state. I'm okay with it.
That's true.
So, I mean, this is the kind of movie, you never thought you'd get. I mean, you got these superhero movies with these big stars and things like that. And then you get like these, superhero teams like the X-Men movies, which, half of it's cast with nobodies, things like that. But this is a movie where they got like all the stars who had appeared in the leads, and they're able to, put them together in one movie, which, it lives up to the hype. It's got the big budget. It's got great action. It's got great comedy to it. I did not intentionally put two Joss Whedon movies back to back, by the way. It's just how it ended up. But I mean, this is a movie that I mean, at the time I saw this, it was probably my number one favorite comic book movie of all time. I mean, because it just had everything. It had the great team dynamics. It had great action. It had great effects. Loki, I thought was a phenomenal villain. I mean, he obviously had been in Thor before that, but the way they used him in this one was so much fun. And it's also the first time in a long time that I'd been in a theater and just had people, actually cheering and stuff. And it was just such a communal experience when I first saw this. Had a ton of fun.
Anybody else have this?
Fuck no.
I mean, Avengers for me is still top 5 MCU. I think they just them being able to do that. I mean, we talk about Endgame and everything they did at Endgame, but if you think about the baby steps they were taking with this movie, like Brian said, just getting that group together, just starting we're all sick of cinematic universes because that's all everything is anymore. But that idea didn't exist. The idea of going from movie to movie and continue your story and overlapping your characters, and they did that with this. This is kind of that culmination of that. And I think, we're so used to now these characters being together and the relationships, the dynamics, and it's still fun to go back and see all of that being built in this movie. That's really where all this comes together. Cap and Iron Man and their relationship and everything. It all starts here. It's still a fun movie. A lot of the story doesn't make sense when you looked at what followed now. But I still really like it. I still think it's a lot of fun. Everybody else in the Avengers.
Okay, I'm going to go. You won't have to call on me because I can figure out when to talk. The thing is, you're out of your effing mind. You give a pass for top 5 because this isn't directed to Brian. This is directed mainly to Kirk because of what it did. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs isn't my favorite Disney movie of all time because it was the one that laid the ground and I got to see an animated movie in the cinema before. Stop it. This movie is not great. Not great anymore. It is a great shot in a kind of bad movie. If you look back on it, Joss Whedon's script is pretty trash. He tries to use jokes every time when it doesn't need jokes at all. This movie lost a lot of it just lost a lot over the time because even Ultron I think is a better movie. I think and then you get Infinity War and Endgame that just blow this stuff out of the water. What they're able to do, everybody hates Ultron for the same reason that apparently they give this movie a pass. Mindless robots come down and fight somebody. It's the same back-to-back movies. Just one's aliens and he drops off a warhead on top of space. I think everybody just needs to take off their nostalgia goggles for this movie where you sat in the theater and you watched it the first time and you saw them turn around and the score sound and you're like, fuck yes, and then take it and look what the actual movie is. Not good. Sorry. This was Kirk. I'm not even mad at Brian put it as 18. Like Kirk said, top 5. Get off of it. Endgame, Infinity War, Winter Soldier, Guardians. That's already 4, and I haven't even mentioned Iron Man yet. Bad take.
This review goes out to a special group of people in the comments. Love you guys. This movie's weird. Uma Thurman, Ray Fiennes, not really any chemistry there. Based on an old British TV show, I never saw it, so it just gets too weird for me, and it just doesn't do it. I can't say I was into it, but
Boatman was and told me all about it, and it was still bad.
Before Zach unmutes, I will say quickly.
No, you used your time. You don't get anything. That was
fine. Fair enough.
Okay. So what just happened to my computer? This movie really doesn't hold up. I actually have this in maybe close to my bottom 5 MCU movies, if not my bottom 10 at least. Because I think just it was so exciting there, but once the novelty of seeing these group of people together, they just are so fucking whiny. They're they're as angsty as the teenagers in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, which is the whiniest Harry Potter movie. They're as whiny as these pubescent, horny teenagers, and it's so annoying. They just fight on the ship for so long, and these are supposed to be the best of the best, and you don't have to be the worst humans and just have powers, and we trust you as great heroes. I think it's time for the Avengers to get canceled. We don't need assholes saving our lives. Let's move past this. I'm done with it.
Wow.
They became nicer.
Now,
They
that is a bigger trash take than Kirk's.
They toned down the whininess in later films, but this film they decided, we're gonna make them like have humans and have egos, but their egos are like too fucking on high, and it just is not interesting conversations and not like feelings that anyone would have. They're not real.
Fucking fist at the end of this thing. Shit.
They're not real. What? Oh my god.
They're real like dialogue. They're not like real humans that like could exist as people that talk and think this way and feel this way.
Fictional characters.
We
like to mirror ourselves in movies.
Okay, Zach. Since we don't like movies about characters that aren't real humans, why don't you give us your 18?
Yeah, that's why we need characters about animals and really like the heroes we really need are just like good guys. Some of my best friends like Bagheera and Baloo and Mowgli. And this is 1967's The Jungle Book.
Oh my god!
At least it wasn't the Tigger movie.
Here's the thing. This movie's just real fucking chill. It is like the most like just like relaxing animated movie to me. Almost as way like Winnie the Pooh in a way, but just because it's just like it's a meandering adventure. Of you just go from little mini story to little mini story. You have your moment with the Ra, your moment with the wolves. There is a through line plot of the threat of Shere Khan and the kind of fish out wideness of Mowgli that he needs to return. But for most part, it's like, what cool things can we do in a jungle? And it's just like lovely. I just, it's great. Jungles. We need more movies about jungles and animals living in jungles. It's all real chill. I've had a session with like rainforest and jungles since I was a kid, so it definitely feeds into that. But it's just like, it's creative and lovely. And people like are fucking rough on this. And it's some of the best music in Disney movies. I Want to Be Like You is, I think, my favorite song. You get like a real musician to one, create a very engaging mobster orangutan performance, but just deliver the song with so much charm. Luis Prima, great, listened to musician at the time. Fucking people need to chill out on old Disney movies. That they did it best. Jungle Book, perfect. And this is almost like Peter Pan, where I like every version of Jungle Book. I just do. It's in the jungle, of course I do.
You're right, Zach. It is relaxing. It's so relaxing. I was watching it before the show tonight, and I fell asleep while it was on. I mean, that's not a good pitch. Like, yeah, it's a great, like, throw the dishes, put it on the background movie. Number 18 of all time. I don't know if that's where you put that kind of movie because, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, the animation isn't great. Like they were still figuring stuff out. I think like there are certain scenes where you definitely still see pencil lines on a lot of the drawings. Like I don't know if it's rushed or what. I agree. Louis Prima is great in this. He's the best part as King Louis. But I mean, come on, man. 18 of all time. That's high for this movie. And like I said, it should
be like 4. It's too low. I got embarrassed. I put it too low.
I feel like you're just not getting enough out of movies if you're putting this at your number 18. Like I think there's a whole world of movies out there for you that you could discover and make this not your 18. Everybody else on Jungle Book. Muted.
Me and Zach share a love of certain Disney animated movies. What the fuck are you doing? 18 of all time when you're putting the Jungle Book, which has barely got any good songs in it, and the story is just black.
That's just wrong.
It just is. It's the facts. Bare Necessities and I Want to Be Like You are two great songs overall, but the rest of it is so just. It's not great. There's a reason that the live action came out, and everybody was like, Jungle Book from 6. Does that movie exist anymore? Because now everybody reversed that one. I don't hate this as much as like it's not like I think a bad Disney movie, but I don't. There's stuff that you just like waved on from the 90s, and I understand if it came out, 70s and beyond, those are the best years for you. You love those kind of Disney movies, but put better ones on there. There are better ones from that era than this one right here. So I'm disappointed in you. And no, you're not hosting that episode. I'm going to put somebody else to host it, and I'm not even going to let you be on the panel. That's how that shit's going to go. You'll just have to stay in the comments like somebody else that keeps popping up. Go ahead.
You guys got to stop picking movies that have multiple versions of the same name. I mean, come on. No, I'm not gonna do it again. I promise. Although I haven't seen this movie since I was a little kid, and I feel like I liked it when I was a kid, but then I just never saw it again. So I don't know. Everyone hates it now, so I probably wouldn't like it if I rewatched it. I actually kind of like the Jon Favreau one. I think that's one of the better Disney remakes. I think it's a solid movie, but I have not seen this one in forever, so I can't really speak on it specifically.
I think Jason Scott Lee made a great movie. No, actually, as far as like the pre-Renaissance era, like Little Mermaid Disney movies go, Jungle Book's actually one of my favorites. But I mean, that's not saying a lot because most Disney before that kind of suck, and even the ones that are good have a lot of really boring parts. Now, Jungle Book, I enjoy it. I think the songs in it are cool. It definitely has some parts of that movie that really drag. Like I said, like a lot of old Disney. I agree with Kirk. Some of the animation, you can kind of see the pencil animation. Plus, this is that era where they were recycling a lot of animation. So, like, a lot of the things. Yes, Robin Hood came after it. They recycled Jungle Book and Robin Hood, things like that. So, I mean, it's one of the better Disney movies for the pre-Renaissance era. But again, top 18. More power to Zach. Wouldn't be on mine.
All right, Cody, that takes us to your 17.
The best. Hold on, let me make sure I'm correct on this before I say something stupid. Yep, I'll say it. The best comedy of all time, in my opinion, takes a fat guy and a skinnier guy traveling on Thanksgiving. The best Thanksgiving comedy, not even close. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Not even close. Brian Michaels is completely ridiculous in this choice. Okay.
It's like the third or fourth best Thanksgiving.
What
anyway.
the fuck are you saying?
Son-in-law is better than this.
I'm going to mute you and remove you from the call.
Okay, guys, decorum.
I absolutely die laughing at this movie. And I don't even watch it just at Thanksgiving. I watch this random times of the year. I just enjoy this movie so much. How the two play off each other, how Steve Martin is the ultimate asshole, and how John Candy just does everything he can to try to think he's helping the situation and ruins every situation possible. By the way, since Brian said the son-in-law comment, I'm going to quote the whole fucking movie sitting right here, right now. Okay, so I also... the pillows part, where it's like, that ain't pillows. Oh gosh, he gets out of the car. The mess around scene where they're driving down the road and he's going the wrong way. He has no fucking clue he's going the wrong way. And the guys on the side, they're like, "You're going the wrong way." He's like, "Okay, enjoy getting drunk." And they slam through those cars. They don't say a cuss word the entire movie. And then Steve Martin loses his car. There's no car when he goes to pick up the rental agreement, and he shows up with that thing, and he's like, "I want to fuck you." They're like, "How can I help you?" That sweet lady, I think she was a Snapple lady in the 80s. I'm not 100% on that, but she was like, "How can I help you?" And she's the secretary in Ferris Bueller's. Yeah. She is just like, "How can I help you?" And he's like, "I want a fucking car with 4 fucking tires right fucking now." You got your rental agreement? No. You're fucked. One of my favorite lines ever. I have so much joy watching Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It is my favorite comedy of all time, and I don't give a shit what anybody thinks.
I like this movie. I was surprised. I only recently saw it with the past couple years. I didn't expect to like it because Steve Martin, especially Steve Martin from this era, is just not my kind of comedy, and I don't necessarily really, wasn't enamored by John Candy either, but the two of them together are great. The movie's hilarious, and there's a lot of heart to it too. There's a lot of really great character moments between the two of them, and I just love Candy's character and like just the little bits and pieces you get his story throughout, and then the final reveal.
How he just wants to be with somebody.
Yeah. And the ending's great. Best Thanksgiving comedy, probably, because I don't know what other Thanksgiving comedies there are.
Son-in-law?
So kind of, come on. So kind of by default, it wins that award. But I like it. It's solid. Good pick. Everybody else on Planes, Trains, Automobiles.
I saw this a long time ago and I enjoyed it, but I think it had gotten a little overhyped for me because people had said like, "Oh, this is the best Thanksgiving movie ever. It's one of the best holiday movies ever, like one of the funniest movies ever." And I really liked it. I love John Candy. I love Steve Martin, but I didn't like laugh as much as I thought I would. But it does have a lot of heart, and it's so it's enjoyable. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I like it.
I swear, when you started talking about fat guy and skinny guy, I thought he was going to Tommy Boy with this
Me
movie.
too.
Took a fat guy, put him in a little coat. No,
Just wait. No, I'm just kidding.
no. Which I mean, obviously that movie is trying to be kind of something like this, but I mean, I argue with Cody for fun. But Planes, Trains, Automobiles is a funny movie. I don't know about Kirk saying he doesn't like Steve Martin in this era, because this is kind of in the era when Steve Martin was actually funny. Because it's when you get back into the like late '90s to current, is when he stopped being any good.
Pink Panther. Man.
Oof. Yeah, we'll talk about that. But yeah, this is, I mean, as far as John Hughes movies goes, it's probably mid-range for me, but that's just because I like a lot of John Hughes movies. But this one's really funny, and I won't get into the Thanksgiving thing. So.
That's not a movie, Paul. Who are you, Zach?
Okay. We're bringing back jokes from like 6 episodes ago.
Still him.
We need a Gremlins 2 reference sometime soon. Okay. This is a weird one that I haven't seen because this is like right up my alley, and I love Steve Martin so much, and I just for some reason I've never turned it on. But Cody saying the best comedy of all time, it's fine, I haven't seen it. But at number 17, have a fucking laugh. You have 16 movies of fucking murder and crying coming up, and it's gonna be miserable. Jesus Christ.
Let's fucking go.
All right, Ethan, your number 17, please.
Yes, my number 17 is a movie called Wrist Cutters: A Love Story. This movie is a dark comedy about suicide, in which the main character is recently broken up with by his girlfriend, and so he kills himself. And then when he kills himself, he goes to this world that is essentially the same as our world, but just kind of shittier and like sadder. And so he gets there, he spends some time there, and he's just he's working at like a pizza shop in this like weird limbo afterlife kind of thing. And his best friend is a Russian musician who also killed himself, played by Shea Wiggum. Main character Zia is played by Patrick Fugit, whatever. One of my favorite performances by him. And then he finds out that his ex-girlfriend who broke up with him also killed herself. So she's in this world now, and he goes on a road trip with Shea Wiggum and Shannon Sossaman to find his ex-girlfriend. And it's just a really interesting story based on a short story by Edgar Carrot, who is this Israeli short story writer. And it's really funny. It's quirky in a good way, where it's like it's just kind of weird, and you could tell the guy who made it like had a really specific vision for it. And I love stepping into this world he's created. This was my first movie that I ever saw Tom Waits act in, and Tom Waits is fantastic in this movie. It's like this weird little like camp leader for all these people who've killed themselves, and like teaching them how to like create miracles and stuff. It's really fun. It's not as dark as you might expect from a movie about suicide, but it does get really dark at certain points. But I think that I really like the story. I really like the concept, and there's a lot of really great actors in there that you wouldn't expect to see pop up. And if you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it because it's fun when they do. It's a really good dark comedy.
Just watched this today for the show. I like it's a fun like high concept movie. I like that take on Hell of like just kind of being more of the same. Like just like the mundane, boring stuff, and like just nothing changes. I love the color palette, how everything's just really dull and like sepia toned. And the cast, like Tom Waits is good in it. Nick Offerman has a small part in it. Will Arnett's really good as like that cult leader. Like he's going to commit suicide in the suicide world and see what happens. But yeah, it's a fun like little like romance road trip movie. I think 17 is. I got to be fair. 17 is really high for this.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's a fun, quirky movie, but 17 is super high. Anybody else seen this one?
I was gonna say from when you said the title, I thought I had seen it way back when, but I'm thinking of a different movie completely. So I have not seen this one.
I mean, if I was scrolling through streaming and I saw this, I probably wouldn't have clicked on it, to be honest with you. So yeah, to each his own.
I mean, of course, you like trash on fucking Jungle Book and Winnie the Pooh, but you're all like crazy about a movie called Wrist Cutters. Fucking hell, that I'm living in. I actually may have seen this. I have no memory of it. But I think I saw it in college. But Ethan saying this is the best Patrick Fugit performance. Like he didn't be best friends with a monkey on his shoulder. There's no monkey on his shoulder in this movie. I really appreciate anyone who understands that reference. We bought a zoo, my friend. We bought a zoo. Okay.
No one did.
Has everybody gone already? That was quick.
Well, you think that we're all big fans of the Wrist Cutter?
I don't know. I don't know.
I could talk more about it if we want. You know, there's great music. The music's great.
Brian, what is your number 17?
If I'm gonna lose Kirk today, it'll be with this movie. My number, what are we on, 17, is celebrated its 20th anniversary actually yesterday, and that is Moulin Rouge. Yeah, so Moulin Rouge, I've talked about this on other shows and stuff in this community, and the one thing I always say is this movie is, I can see it's a completely love it or hate it kind of movie, and I completely respect and understand anybody who's on any end of the spectrum, because this is a weird fucking movie. Especially the first 10, 15 minutes is like so frantic and frenetic and all over the place and in your face that, you know, it's going to turn a lot of people off. Probably don't even finish the movie. But it does settle down after that. It's still got some weirdness to it. But that first 15 minutes especially is kind of all over the place. For me, though, I mean, I love the style. I thought it was fun. I thought it was funny. But I love the music. I love the way that Baz Luhrmann used the music in this movie. As far as like, you know, weaving in like, you know, like modern day songs. Both into their own versions in there, like with your song, or into the montages, like the Elephant Love medley. Before I say it, somebody in this chat, I'm sure, is going to talk about the musical. I have not gotten to see that. I have heard the soundtrack to it. I didn't really like the changes and the additional songs they tried to shove into it. So I'll see it at some point. But I really love this movie. I thought that even if you take away the crazy style and the music of it, I think the love story is extremely well done. I think that Nicole Kidman and Ewan McGregor, who are not known for being singers, although I know Ewan's performed on Broadway, I don't know about Nicole, but I think that they're both do a great job singing. And the only thing that bugs me about this movie is that it was robbed of Oscars, because this is like one year where they changed all their music eligibility, so it didn't get nominated for score or for songs, even though it should have won them both. But people forget this was nominated for Best Picture as well as a whole bunch of other Oscars, and it won several of them too.
All right, you don't get to talk about the Oscars that this movie was robbed of, because the fact that this movie was given any award consideration is mind-blowing. This movie is absolute. I had to watch it this week. Absolute trash. One of the most miserable film viewing experiences of my life. I was standing there screaming at the television for 2 hours.
I love it. I love it.
First of all, I want to nominate this movie for cancellation. John Leguizamo plays a little person, very obviously walking around on his knees the entire time because the special effects are trash. And there's a ton of cultural appropriation at the end, and that is over like all the India stuff. So get on it, woke Twitter. Let's get this movie canceled, so no one has to sit through it anymore. It's terrible. At first I was like, this is kind of drug induced, like just like a drug induced nightmare. But I think that's like unfair to drugs, because I think drugs can tend to make people more creative. And this movie, for all like the flash and crap it's throwing, is so boring. The music is just noise. They throw all this. It's just like they take the music and smash it together, and it's just trash. And then like the sets, like it's just all colors and stuff. But again, it's just garbage. And the story is, by the way, guys, I wasted 2 hours of my life watching this movie. We're going to talk about it for a while because I got things to say. I'm going to at least make it worth it. the story is so like just such like the most generic life story, a love story. Ewan is a young poor writer who's obsessed with love. I mean, can you get any more generic than that? The performances are really bad. Let's talk about Oscars. How in the world did Nicole Kidman get nominated for an Oscar for this? She is so bad, along with everybody else, not just her. I'm not putting on her. Everybody in this movie is bad, but how anybody got nominated for acting in this movie? The music, I feel like, speaking of Gremlins 2, you know the Key and Peele skit, the Gremlins 2 skit? I feel like that's how they picked the music for this movie. It's like, okay, what songs do we want? Like a Virgin. Like a Virgin's in. Roxanne. Roxanne's in. All You Need Is Love. All You Need to Love is in. Like, just, and again, they don't, it'd be one thing, maybe if they just played the song and like did a cover of it would be good, but the montages and the melodies they make are just atrocious. They sound so bad. Everything, yeah, it's
the
just.
Roxanne scene was awesome.
It's when he starts singing that, I was laughing out loud. I'm like, I can't believe they're really doing this. This is so awful. Yeah, it is. It is really, really weak. I like Romeo and Juliet. I thought that was a really good movie. But this one is just so. And again, like I said, it's not like I like crazy movies. Like I could take a crazy concept, a crazy movie, and doing something weird with it. But this one is just not good. Like I said, the worst part is for all the flash, all the fanfare, it is extremely boring. Anybody else going to? And like, let me say one more thing. The editing is, again, nominated for best editing. I don't know how well, because just like cut. The editing is terrible. It feels like they used every single first take. This movie feels like, other than like the sets and the choreography, feels like this movie was made over a weekend. Like it is, everything is just so rushed and just so last minute.
A hell of a weekend.
It's so bad. Anybody else want to talk about this? I don't blame you.
So wait, so you didn't like it?
I loved it.
I saw this movie a long time ago. Didn't love it. Never thought about going back to revisiting it anytime soon. I think I watched it like in 8th grade or like high school. The first time I ever watched this. Didn't really love it. I still want to say launching soon. Don't know when we can get this done, but right after YLS is going to start airing a sped up version of Kirk Watches Bad Movies, because for him to scream at his TV and to like want to throw stuff and to
probably start beating his kids because of it.
Start laughing.
Come here.
Whoa.
Let me tell you what happened. My mother-in-law was over. Kathy's talking about it over the chat. My mother-in-law was over. I turned it on. My daughter was going to watch it with me. So Kathy and her mom come in like, oh, we'll watch the movie with you. And after 10 minutes, she was like, all right, bye, I'm leaving. She got up and ran out of the house. My daughter was like, Dad, do I have to watch this anymore? After about 15 minutes, she's like, Dad, do I have to watch? I'm like, and usually I force her to watch movies with me. I'm like, no, you can go. I'm not subjecting. I have to watch this. You don't. And then she was going.
It would be great. I think people think you're a total lunatic because this is not the first time you've screamed at your screen before. I just want to see it. That's all I want. We'll launch it soon. Everybody else can talk.
This movie is, it's I don't feel as strongly against it as Kirk does, but I do agree with many of the things he said, especially the John Leguizamo part. Not just because it's like offensive, but like because like whatever, people played little people. Gary Oldman did it best in Tiptoes. But John Leguizamo in this movie is like taking a cheese grater and just like rubbing it up and down on your face for like 20 minutes until you've shaved into your face. Like it is, I don't know if I've ever.
Wasn't that one of the Hellraiser movies?
I wish. I don't know if I've ever disliked a performance more than I dislike John Leguizamo in this movie.
When you say John Leguizamo, do you mean every character?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, because I agree that they all kind of suck. I don't like what they do with the music in this movie. I like this movie in theory. Like I like the idea of it, and I like what it could be, but I just think Baz Luhrmann is out of his fucking mind in not a good way, and it did not work for me.
I have not. Well, I've seen it when I was 12 or watched it with my mom, and I'm pretty sure I had no idea what was going on. I tuned out and played Game Boy or something.
Good move.
And as I said, I totally get every one of your takes. I get it. I totally get it.
I appreciate that, Brian. And Zach, you probably knew exactly what was going on, and you made the right decision. So that takes us to Zach's number 17.
My number 17. We bazoo. No, I wish I should have put it on my list. I'm a coward too. My number 17. Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. It's definitely one that I became like the like chanting at the leader of the pack for like the importance in a way of this movie. I think sometimes our lists kind of show this of what we value in storytelling, and we underrate the importance of just like gentleness, and the importance of gentleness and kindness. And it often gets known as cheesy. And I think the success of this movie is how like some of the scenes, some of the moments could go off so corny, and they like on page are. But why Mr. Rogers, as a person was always successful is that there's such a sincerity behind everything you're saying and acting. And you can sing these songs with kids about, I liking you for the way you are, and it just seems like truth. So these corny moments just seem like truth that can't be pulled off, anywhere else. I mean, there's a scene of, oh my God, Matthew Rhys, who is the main character, imagining himself as his like toy bunny as a kid in the castle, which can come off so ridiculous. But in the moment, they build up so much meaning, so much power to what that meant to, in a way, the sort of therapy is going through his growth. That it was really powerful. This movie, in a lot of ways, is my version of therapy. That's what movies can be for me. Is a way for me to deal with my emotions and my insecurities and think about how can I be a better person. And that's a large way I perceive a lot of films and take them in. And whenever I'm having a rough time, if I can put this on, and I think I'm a better person for at least a couple of days before my crappy human tendencies start to kick in, and I need to rewatch the movie. Just, Mr. Rogers is an example of, how we can work towards being the best versions of ourselves that can form the best society. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say the documentary is, more important or better, which I get because of the story is there, but also the documentary is like talking heads and not doing anything innovative. And what I think really works, though, is this is putting it into a case study. You can talk and you can explain why it's important to be a good person, but this is seeing someone going through that growth. I think not having Mr. Rogers as the main character is just, super smart because he's this dominant figure. And, in a way, I'm stealing this from, oh my gosh, I talk too fast, I forget names. The director who I love, and I'm blanking on her name, but I heard this from her on the commentary, but that Mr. Rogers in this is really the antagonist of the film. He is the one that is forcing the protagonist, Matthew Rhys, to come to terms with the conflict, come to terms with how he treats, his father and how he's going to become a father. And all these real universal issues we all go to is never to elevate. It's always a level that we can sympathize with. So then we're going through that same kind of process of analyzing our opinions and our, our handling of situations, our emotions. I think this movie has more patience with this content and more grace and sincerity. I can talk about it for another 2 hours, and I'll give up my time. But there.
Yeah, Zach knows how to pander to me. Picking a movie about Pittsburgh. Hell yeah, Bar! I'm going to talk about Pittsburgh. You kidding me? I'm sorry, Philadelphia could never produce a Fred Rogers because it's trash.
I thought you were moving after today's comment on Facebook. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. But no, yeah, I mean, it is. I'll get down the way. It's a great Pittsburgh movie. Even the scenes in New York are very obviously Pittsburgh, and it's all over the movie. And Hanks was awesome when he was here. Yeah, I like this movie a lot. I think, like Zach was saying, it's a great portrayal of Fred Rogers and who he was, and just that the movie kind of makes the main character, but also makes you uncomfortable with that type of person, because just something that we're so not used to, that like that idea of facing the world with gentleness and peacefulness and care and concern, and it just that creeps people out. And I think Hanks did a really good job of portraying that in this role. And yeah, I think he was a very important person, and I think the documentary and this movie are kind of like bookends, or not bookends, but just kind of go hand in hand in telling that story.
Companion pieces.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, solid pick. Everybody else?
I would have rather seen a movie version of Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. Honestly, I want to see Eddie Murphy do that movie. No, I haven't seen this one, but then again, I'm not. I mean, I like Mr. Rogers as a kid and stuff, but documentary I thought was kind of and I didn't. As much as I like Tom Hanks too, I just wasn't interested.
Documentary is fantastic, and it brought me to tears. I haven't seen this movie yet, and I can't judge it because I haven't seen it, but I did see the documentary, and I felt like I just had very little interest in seeing this movie after that because I felt like I had gotten the Fred Rogers experience from that I needed, and I don't think Tom Hanks is a good choice to play Fred Rogers. I feel like that's like such a lazy piece of casting. So I mean, it might be good. I'll probably see it at some point, but I'm in no rush.
I watched the documentary for the first time recently, and then I watched this I think last year or something. I do like the documentary more. And I know that's a weird. They're two different things, so I don't really care. I like this movie. I think it was good, but overall, like I just think the importance of Fred Rogers and what needs to be shared about him needs to be out there. It just hit me watching the documentary that my kids will grow up in a world where, like I grew up and my family grew up watching Mr. Rogers is like the thing, and basically Rogers taught a lot of us how to be good people and like how to treat each other and how to and that's missing in today's world. I think there's not that positive influence out there, and I just wish that he was still around, or some area of Fred Rogers was still out there to. Because I just think the man's incredible. I honestly do. He's it's sad that he's gone, but it's sad that his legacy is not as out there as it honestly should be, in my opinion.
All right, that takes us to. Let me give you some advice, guys. I meant to say this earlier. When we're doing it this way, I know everybody kind of just talks. I know from experience, if you're next to talk about the other person's movie first, because then you're just talking for a long time. Cody, what is your 16?
Recency biased or whatever people are going to throw out to me, I don't care. I just don't care. Because I think recency bias is one of the biggest bullshit statements that we ever throw out in this community. I didn't see The Godfather in 72, okay? I watched The Godfather when I saw The Godfather, and if I liked The Godfather would rank high. This one is 2019, The Irishman. There is no secret that I am a huge crime fan. He's about to grill. That's fair. When I first saw this movie, I liked it a lot. I think this is one of those movies that gets better on rewatches. As one of my fellow panelists will say, rewatches. Hell, I couldn't get through one of this thing. But I think this movie gets better each and every time. It's the perfect how people love like send off to Hollywoods or like love letters to Hollywood. How Scorsese's basically able to send out his crime family in this movie, to have Pesci and to have Al Pacino, and to realize them Pacino and Scorsese, they're never really working together before this, and then De Niro, and to see just like this overall like film. One of the biggest critiques is the de-aging. I don't give a shit about the de-aging. That stuff actually doesn't bother me at all. I just move on. Like they use the technology they have. Could they have done something different? Maybe, but it still works for me. I still think the true and the heart is there. I think him playing Jimmy Hoffa and the entire story of how Jimmy Hoffa and like Scorsese does something so crazy. I didn't realize until the most recent watches. There's a scene in the movie that right when it happens, the music cuts completely out and it doesn't come back for the entire movie. And it's one of the most artistic like choices that makes this movie go even higher for me. Pesci and De Niro scene, it is what it is. Like it has all those classic mob vibes. I think this movie is absolutely incredible. It had just passed Goodfellas for me, and I know some would say that's absolutely sacrilegious. How the hell could you put that? I just overall like the story more. Yeah, and it's weird. The movie has to earn its runtime. The 3 hour and 20 minute mark is a lot to commit to this movie, I would be okay with 4-5 hours with this movie. I love the environment. I love the way they're able to jump years, the way that this story that they're able to play out. The Irishman is just, I think, a masterclass of film. I think this movie is absolutely incredible. It's not my favorite Scorsese, but it's number 2.
Brian, where'd you have this on your list?
Yeah, right.
I really like this movie. I have only watched it one time just because of the length, and I don't necessarily even think it's too long. I don't think it's boring. I don't think it gets boring. That's a big commitment to make for a rewatch. Just haven't got around to it yet. But the 3 of them are great. The supporting cast I think it may be one of Scorsese's best supporting casts. And yeah, it's a great, like you said, just a nice. I love those stories like this, like kind of epic, just span a large amount of time. I'm not so much bothered by like the digital de-aging, but just the scenes where like these guys in their 70s and 80s are playing guys in their 20s and 30s, and like I always talk about the scene in outside the grocers where
that's the one scene
where
that you can
stop with the guy. And I'm like, oh man, it's not 1990 anymore. Very
he looks
obvious.
Like he's about to 2-step. Yeah, it's the worst part of the entire thing.
Yeah, it's like you could have got a close up on that one and just. But certain scenes like that. But I had an interview with the 4 of them, and they were talking about that, like the challenges of like there's just a scene with De Niro walking down the steps, and the cinematographer is like, you're supposed to be 30 years old. You all look like you're 30 years old walking down those steps, and just like basically body acting through that, the challenges of that. So that was interesting. Yes.
Just the symbolism that Scorsese uses in this film too, about Frank Sheeran and what he did and what he had to live with, and all the decline of Fred Sheeran in this movie, how he's able to tell it without a lot of like dialogue and stuff. Paul said in the chat when he asked to leave the door open, basically he goes out alone. And that's one of like the most heartbreaking like moments to the thing, because he was put between 2 situations that he could have never got out of.
Yeah.
Basically, do this or you're going with him. Either way, he's going. And that was one of his best friends at the time, and it's just yeah,
it's the best. It's Scorsese's best crime doesn't pay movie, and just the fact that like after what happens with Hoffa, the movie lingers for so long on the ramifications of that. I really like that. I think that's probably that part of that movie is where De Niro does his best acting, is just living with the fact of what he did. And just Pesci trying to like Pesci's like, it was him or us, so I did what I had to do. And,
that's what it is,
yeah. And just trying to understand that attitude. Everybody else on The Irishman.
I feel like we had to save Brian for last year. Sorry, what were you saying, Zach?
Nah, but Cody just encouraged us all to fucking barge in.
Now everybody's jumping in,
fucking shouting over each other. This is awesome bull.
I'm going to be honest with you. I've done this show for 106. There's 106 episodes, and you're the only panelist that can run over each other this much and not figure out a jumping in. Listen, I've had people in this panel.
Zach, how do you feel about this movie, man? Tell me about it.
So I was just thinking that we could.
Yeah, let's have a conversation, and for the next hour.
Let's just all answer at once. Yeah. Same time.
We just need symbols, and then the person who keeps their symbol up will get to speak. Okay, so this is mine. It's the bird. If I'm really excited, I do the fool bird. So The Irishman. It's a solid pick. I really need to rewatch it because I think it's I don't want to say like I wish any harm upon Scorsese or like wishes that he would not make any more movies, but this would just be like the perfect last movie for him to make. But I know it's not going to be his last one, but just as a bookend to his career because of what it has to say. It's really a reflection upon everything he's made before and every idea, kind of where he is now, thinking about these concepts of the like gangster mentality and the toxic masculinity and aging, and it's all super interesting, and especially in parallel to these other movies. It's really a great like unofficial trilogy with Mean Streets and Goodfellas, and then these kind of evolution not just of where his age was as directors, but the age of the characters within the gang world. I really need to rewatch it. I'm also really interested. I want to do like a study on people's love or liking of this movie based on whether they took advantage of the short time it was in theaters versus did they watch it at home, because I was fortunate to see it in theaters. I think that helps because it is long, and if you watch just in pieces or not with full attention, I think it is harmful to this specific experience.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I did see it in theaters also, and I will fully admit this because I think it's my duty to that. I leading up to this movie was one of those people who was like, this is going to be one of the greatest cinematic mistakes ever made. Like hundreds of millions of dollars spent on this. It's Scorsese. It's one of his last movies, and the CGI thing, like it is going to be atrocious, and people are going to make fun of it for years to come. And I saw it in theaters, and I ate a big old bowl of crow popcorn that night because it's a great movie. I mean, yes, it takes like a little while to get used to the de-aging stuff because it does stand out at first, but you do get used to it really fast. It's a really long movie, so it doesn't really, take that much time. I will agree with you guys. I mean, there's a couple of scenes where it's like it is rough, but and those scenes are totally unnecessary to shoot them the way they were. So like, I don't know what they were thinking, but overall, it is a great movie. I think that the last act is like it's Scorsese being fed up with these frat bros not understanding his movies, and he's like, all right, I have to spoon feed the awfulness of these people in their lives and the ends of their lives to you, so you finally understand this shit's not cool, it's bad, and these people have miserable lives. And it really just drives that point home.
Stop hanging their posters up.
Yeah, stop hanging their posters up, you fucking frat bros. But I liked the movie a lot, actually. I was surprised. I really thought I would hate it, and it did work for me.
And then there's Brian. So yeah, I mean, people already know that this is not my kind of genre of movie, but and so I didn't see it. I didn't watch when it first came out, but then I do try to see. I do usually try to see like all the Oscar nominees for Best Picture every year. So I'm like, you know what? I'm finally going to watch this thing. Sat down to watch it, made it maybe half hour, fell asleep, just bored off my ass. So next day, got a lot more sleep, tried to watch it again. I think I almost made it to the hour mark, and I finally decided, you know what? I just don't care enough to watch the rest of this movie. So I haven't seen the whole thing. I will say that even if like you said, you ate crow or whatever, Ethan, because it turned out to be a good movie, you were completely right about it being just a huge mistake and a debacle of the shitty de-aging, because it looks awful. I mean, they should have just, I mean, going back to like the Godfather movies, you can have just younger actors play people at a younger age. The audience will follow it. It's okay, because even on top of the technology that's not there to do the computer de-aging, Kirk already mentioned the physicality. It looked like old men walking around or talking, the gesturing, whatever they did, it just looked like old men, and it didn't work. But take my opinion with a grain of salt, because I only watched less than a third of it apparently. Because whatever.
If you get to a team's title match, please put Irishman as one of your deep cut movies. Make him watch it.
Oh, wait till Baz Luhrmann's Elvis movie comes out. That'll be a strength then. 6 movies.
Wow. We're closing out movie Warzone.
All right, Ethan, what is your number 16?
I have a feeling I'm not going to be talking about this one. My number 16 is Back to the Future.
Yikes.
All right, Brian, your number 16.
I don't know if I'll talk about this one or not, Cody. My number 16 is The Lion King.
Yikes.
No?
Oh, yes, yeah.
All right, Zach, your number 16.
I had Lion King 2, Simba's
I'm
Pride.
not prepared for this. My number 16.
By the way, I was 1994 animated version, just to clarify.
You wouldn't have been on the show. I would have kicked you off. I'll be honest with you.
All right, my number 16 is All the President's Men. I've talked about how the procedural elements of telling a story and functioning newspaper is just really engaging for me, and I think especially the way this movie films it so tactical, and you can really just feel the environment and like smell the paper in a way. It's really exhilarating how they can make you feel like you're part of the newsroom and part of this investigation. They move just the planning of how they're going to do investigating is thrilling. It's amazing how it's done through the dialogue, through the performances, through the earnestness that they're able to handle the story. And it's so surprising how a movie, especially in 1976, was telling a very well reported, well known historical story, but they're still able to add some kind of new depth by just seeing how it's revealed and focusing on that, what it takes to take down, the president away, or what it takes down to take down a conspiracy when, so many powers that be are kind of against you, and especially the elements of taking that, the powers that be being against you as a thriller component and kind of being a little terrifying at moments and a little like you're kind of scared for these people's lives, and having mystery with how they deal with, Deep Throat and deal with other things. It's really exciting. You have two of the best actors of that day, Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman, two of the best working in the 70s, giving, movie star performances as journalists, just, people who can say these, earnest, stand-up dialogue, thing, and it never rides too heavy, never gets over the top. It always maintains a level of groundedness that helps you feel like you're being within the room of when it really happened. It doesn't overly cinematic it for our well-being. It treats us like adults and mature to like, here's what it takes to do it. And it has amazing, I think, rewatchability for all those reasons.
Yeah, I also had this. I don't remember the range. I think it was in the 70s.
I think you had this. I don't remember that at all.
Didn't I?
You did not have this, Cody.
Never mind. Sorry, my bad. I should have. This is a mistake on my end.
Trying to stick another extra movie in on there.
Can I? 101.
That'll be your 101 official. I've said in past episodes, I'm not a huge fan of investigative procedurals. This movie is the major exception for me. I love this movie. I think it rides mostly on the cast, on Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford. I think the two of them are great, and just the passion they have for what they do, the way they play off each other, and just like Zach said, what they're willing to put on the line, and the risks they're willing to take. The supporting cast is great. I love Jason Robards as the boss, as our editor, and The ending of this is so great. Just that clack, 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 and the Nixon on the TV getting smaller and them getting bigger. It's so good. It's quiet. Just that quiet, 5 minutes, however long it is. But it just says so much. It just speaks volumes about, the movie just ends, but it kind of fills in the blanks through a story the way that ending shot. It's one of my all-time favorite endings. Since this is your 101, Cody, you want to go first?
Yeah, I should have had this on there. I don't know what I was thinking. It's Dustin Hoffman. It's Robert Redford. I absolutely love this movie. I didn't think I would like it as much as I thought at first because it's not as quick pace as like the procedural that I normally like fully go for. Like I like Spotlight, how they do their procedural and how quick pace it is. But yeah. You get two people in there of Hoffman and Redford, and they are has the cool kids chewing up scenery, just doing fantastic work as these characters. And I was going to bring up the ending too. Ending is one of my favorite endings of any movie. Is the Nixon just getting smaller while they're all around? I think it's beautiful. And every time I hear the typewriter type in any old movie, I'm like, oh, it's a type of sound that I used to hate, but in this movie, I absolutely love it.
So it's been quite a while since I've seen this movie, but I mean, I like it. I do think it's kind of funny watching this movie nowadays because especially back in the 70s, there's a lot of these movies about, the noble reporter, the noble media, kind of keeping politicians honest. And like nowadays, it's like the media and the news are the ones that are being accused of, steering everything wrong and misleading people. So it's kind of interesting to watch it in kind of this era. But yeah, this is a classic movie and we got great performances. Dustin and Robert, I think, are the highlights, but also Jason Robards, of course.
This is one of those classic movies that I just haven't gotten around to yet. And it's not because I don't want to. I just haven't gotten to it yet. And I will. I promise you guys I'll watch it. I'm sure it's great. I'm probably going to like it. I haven't seen it yet.
So, Kirk, I'm actually going to do something really weird in the middle of this episode because I know how people cut out on the end of this episode, at the end of these shows because they're so long. By the way, we're returning back to normal programming right after 2 more weeks of this. The first one we're doing is mystery thrillers. So if you have a list, please start sending that in to me so we can prep that show because we'll be going back to normal. Also, and if you have top 40 animated, please send that to me as well. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem.
Supposed to do the start of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got halfway through in under 2 hours, so I think we're at a pretty good pace. Good job, guys. Chat, thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, stick with it. Cody, your number 15.
Well, man, do I look like a flippin' idiot now? I tried to save myself, and it didn't help whatsoever. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is not my favorite comedy of all time. It is absolutely not correct at all. My number 15 is My Cousin Vinny. I am ashamed of myself that I did not. Anybody knows me in this community. I famously won a challenge on this movie that I'm 100% still correct on. I love this film. If you don't want quotes, Brian, get the fuck out of here right now. I just think I think Pesci. Pesci's great in Goodfellas. He's really good in The Irishman. As a comedic performance in this, he's never been better in a comedic role. Right here as the lawyer, My Cousin Vinny. The back and forth, the proceedings of the overall courtroom. I did this win on the Cool Guys thing as like the best comedy. I don't know what did, but it was like in the finals or something, which I thought was really funny because I thought I was the only one that loved this movie. More people I show this to, it's growing on people. People are like, oh wow, I can't believe I've never watched this. It's really funny. Just this New York lawyer shows up in this podunk Alabama to help these guys. It starts when he shows up in that jail cell and the guy's like, whoa. He's like, I'll start with you and then I'll go to him later. It's like, no, I'm good. No. Hey, I don't like it either. Either way, you're getting fucked. Is one of my all-time favorite quotes from this movie. The Utes, the overall redneck, judge that just hates his guts and he hates him. Marissa Tomei kills this role. Deserves the Oscar. Everybody quotes the baby deer. Imagine you're a deer and a fucking bullet rips half your head off. I just think people say she shouldn't have won or they read the wrong thing. I believe 100% she deserved it for this role. If you haven't seen My Cousin Vinny, I could quote it all night, but I'll save everybody the trouble. I've talked about it on Courtroom Proceeding. It is the best comedy, in my opinion, at number 15. See, I'm not such a heartless asshole. It does last one more spot. It's My Cousin Vinny.
Does anybody else have this? Okay. I like this movie. It's fun. It's a good little, fish out of water story. Pesci's funny in it. I think this is probably his best non-dramatic role. And yeah, just all the moments, all the stuff they go on, like the hotels, the places they're staying at, and when he goes and buys that usher suit because he doesn't have a suit anywhere else, and just the
whole store got
the back and forth between him and the judge in that cat and mouse game between the two of them is a lot of fun. Personally, I think 15's high. I think 15's high for this one. But it's not a bad movie. Everybody else on My Cousin Vinny.
Did make you scream at your TV.
That's true.
I love this movie. I've loved this movie my whole life. I think it's one of those movies that I think the script is so airtight where it's set up and payoff and the way that he wraps up the court case in the end. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm sure Scott can attest to this. Feels really smart. Feels like it's good. I like it. As someone who's not a lawyer, it's great. It's great lawyering, and I think that it is really funny. Joe Pesci's great. Marissa Tomei, fantastic. Anyone who says she didn't deserve the Oscar, like you said, that's such a dumb take and such an old it's so dumb. She deserved it. She's incredible. Fred Gwynne is the MVP of this movie. He is so funny, and in being the straight man in this movie, he nails every scene he's in, and every look he gives Pesci is it's so calculated and perfect. I love it. Ralph Macchio's in it. Who doesn't love some non-Karate Kid Ralph Macchio? This movie's fantastic. Grits. Cook your grits. So good.
Yeah, I love My Cousin Vinny. I think it's a great comedy. You might say 15 is high, but I can totally see this being one of those, it's just somebody hits somebody personally, they can love it. And I can totally respect this being this high on Cody's list. Marissa Tomei, I have been in love with since, back when this movie came out. So I'm fine with her, and she absolutely deserved it. I agree with Ethan that Fred Gwynne was the MVP of this movie, though. He's awesome in it. The only thing that I find distracting about this movie and all the time since I saw it, but especially now that you can watch it HD and shit, is that because they had to make Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei a believable couple. Joe Pesci, if you can see like these lines up here where it's like stretching his skin back under his wig. They got something back there like stretching his skin, and it's just so painfully obvious in every scene. And once you see it one time, you'll never unsee it.
Why the fuck would you say that shit?
Yeah, I feel like you just ruined the movie for me.
just watch. You'll see like over here, like under his wig, you can tell it's pulling his face back. And now you'll always.
You should watch it directly after the show.
You're welcome.
Only on VHS from now on, Cody.
Wait, is that a wig? Is that seriously a wig?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
It's not even
I knew that was a wig. That was 100% a wig, man.
Anyways, this is one of my mom's favorite movies of all time. She had it on all the time whenever it was on TV, just kind of playing while cleaning around the house. So I've seen like pieces, and I never watched it all the way through. That's my failure.
What a trash take.
It's not a take. I just haven't seen it.
That's a fact.
No, I was talking to Red Shaw. Not you. Red Shaw.
You need to be specific with your
I brought it on the screen.
Ethan, I'm not a lawyer either, but so I don't know for sure. But what I've learned about courtroom movies, everything you like about this movie in real life would probably result in mistrial. Anything cool that happens in a courtroom movie, mistrial. But 100% of the time.
There's a YouTube video out there of a lawyer breaking down My Cousin Vinny, and by the books, passes. 100%.
Okay, well,
it actually passes. Besides, you have to actually be a lawyer. Like, you can't do bullshit like that. But anyway, how he handles the case is 100% would pass in a courtroom.
What's Scott? Wait, Scott.
Scott uses it with his thing.
All right. Don't put Scott's comment up. He'll ruin it.
And also, I have a question for Cody. Is My Cousin Vinny your favorite courtroom movie of all time?
What did you say?
Is My Cousin Vinny your favorite courtroom movie of all time?
Shut the hell up. No, it's not.
Okay.
I looked at my stuff before I said it.
I'm done with this witness.
Ethan, we're going to your number 15.
Okay, I didn't realize how much I had this director in my list until today, but it is Inglourious Bastards. All right.
It's a top 100 need.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason. This movie is a masterpiece. It's so good. I remember when this got announced when I was pretty young, and it was Quentin Tarantino's gonna make a movie about a bunch of guys murdering Nazis. I was like, fuck yes, I'm in. And I saw it, and it was it pays off, and it gives you everything you want out of that premise. That opening scene is still one of the best in any movie ever. Christoph Waltz, that's one of the best performances ever, one of the best villains ever. That whole introduction and that ending when he's like, au revoir, Shoshana, leading into it, just setting up this years long kind of revenge / cat and mouse thing with him and her is so good. All the characters, all the bastards are they all have their own little quirks, and they're all very individual characters in a movie where those characters could feel very samey. And they don't. It's so fun watching them because they're all caricatures, but he's playfully making fun of these ridiculous old World War II movies and stuff. So it really works. When he has a character's name smash on the screen with a guitar riff, it's so ridiculous, but it just works for some reason. Eli Roth, who is a very bad filmmaker, is a very good aggressive Nazi murderer in this movie. That scene with the bear Jew is endlessly rewatchable. I mean, there's so many individual scenes within the whole of this movie that just work so well that I could literally just name every scene, and each one is oh, which one's the best in the movie? You almost can't pick because it's oh, the card scene, the bar scene, the dessert scene with the strudel. It's hard to pick a scene because they're all just incredible. And then to top it all off, he just fucking kills Hitler and has them obliterate him with bullets, just over and over and over. And I had a friend's dad who said he was he's a big history buff, and he I love this movie until they killed Hitler. I'm this movie was never realistic. The whole movie is absurd. So them killing Hitler, fuck yeah, why not? It's awesome. This is my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. It's so good.
I know Cody had it, and who else had it?
I had it. I had it 64.
I had it higher. I had it in my 20s.
All right, go ahead, Zach.
All right, so this is just like a masterpiece of tone control. It's so like whack, and how many different tones that he throws at the film, and just no one can make it as natural as Tarantino can within his storytelling. Starting, with the immediacy of just being such like intense tension and really fear in a way. One of, I think, his best directed scenes ever. At the French farm. With the Jewish girls hiding underneath the floorboards. Just really amazing. And then you have moments of like flamboyancy, with Christoph Waltz's character, and with a lot of like exaggerated humor, and a lot of intense violence, and then also like a lot of actual dramatic resonance on the people going through the situation. And it's such a crazy blend. This is a movie told only the way Tarantino can tell it. And I think this really is his masterpiece. I think, his, kind of trilogy within, historical revisionist pieces. It really shows how his style can be put into that, how you can do kind of revenge. It's not a revenge thriller, but I'm blanking on the term for it. Like wish fulfillment, hero fantasy, wish fulfillment, history pieces in a way that doesn't discount the actual historical events or demean it in any way. I think he still takes it really seriously, but also just like incredibly engaging and fun. And I'm a huge Brad Pitt fan, and I had Brad Pitt as my number one actor on YLS, and I had this as my representation because I find his performance perfectly exaggerated over the top in a way that I just find so funny. His accent. And delivery is just so perfect to me, and I just want to watch it every day. That's how I speak to my students, is that I act like a Brad Pitt's character in Inglourious Basterds.
I snuck into we snuck right into we didn't really have to sneak into it. I think we just movie hopped for 2009. We hopped from one other movie and went into this one, and I went with the wrong group when I first saw this. They only liked when the bastard showed up. Everything else, they were like, "Oh, you have to read the screen. This is stupid. Like, I hate this stuff." And it was one of the most mind-numbing experiences I've ever had to sit through. That opening scene is probably one of the greatest opening scenes of all time. I just remember when it switched. Like, do you speak English? Do they understand? And then the whole turn, and you're like, oh my gosh, like how this movie says, and the fear that had to be within like people in that time frame of having, hiding people, and somebody shows up. I do love the Bastards. I love Brad Pitt in this movie. I still want like a spinoff of just Brad Pitt and them hunting Nazis. I would watch a whole 3-hour movie of that. Just how they interact and how they do stuff. Like, you're gonna point your finger right here and show me where the Nazis are. I quote probably, the problem with fighting in the fucking basement is you're fighting in the fucking basement. I've always loved that scene, especially the whole bar scene. And then them trying to figure out who speaks Italian, like who should go, and like, you shut up, you don't speak it at all. It's Tarantino. I love this one. It's not my favorite Tarantino, but I think it's Tarantino's probably best film that he's ever made, in my opinion. It's not my favorite, but it's up there with me. Inglourious Basterds is so good, and Christoph Waltz's performance is so chilling in this film.
This is definitely my favorite Tarantino. This movie is just an embarrassment of riches. You have multiple scenes in this movie that could be considered the greatest movie scene of all time. That opening scene, and the introduction of Hans Landa, and just the tension that builds in the music, and did Ennio Morricone do this one? I think he did the score for this one. It's his music like blended with Beethoven, and just the dread that scene builds up, and then you have the bear juice scene. We'll tell you the truth, we're tickled to hear you say that. Getting to watch Donnie beat Nazis, the closer we get to go to the movies, and just the way that scene's cut, like how it's told in flashback, and but then they like flash back to other character stories within that. And like you said, Ethan, that like I love that guitar riff where like Hugo Stiglitz, and just how they go into his story for a minute. So good. Sam Jackson's the narrator coming in and out and just telling stories as needed. And then you have the probably the best villain ever in Hans Landa, but also maybe the best protagonist ever with Aldo the Apache. This is my favorite Brad Pitt performance. He's so good in this. Like you said, so quotable. Little line is like, "You'll be shot for this." Oh, no, I'll be chewed out. I've been chewed out before. Just so like everything he says is just like an iconic line, just one after another. Buongiorno. All just him trying to be the Italian guy. It's so good, and yeah, I love. And like you said about Kill Bill and how that's like his homage to the old like cheesy Lord Shorts movies. This is his to those grindhouse like 60s and 70s war movies. But he does it so good. This is like the beginning of the quantum leap phase of Tarantino's career, where he starts like rewriting history and just making things based. And I love that about him. I love that he's like, yeah, I just want Hitler to die, so in my movie he dies, and like he's not restricted by anything. But yeah, this is definitely my favorite of his. Brian, you're the only one not to have this. What's going on?
Inglourious Basterds is like mid-range Tarantino for me. Cody talked about how he'd love to see a whole movie of like the Inglourious Basterds going kicking ass. That's what I kind of wish this movie had been. And that's kind of what it's marketed as too. And then you go to it and they're barely in it. Brad Pitt, I think, is all right. I think he's a little bit over the top, especially trying to handle that accent. It sounds like, kind of like when Daniel Craig's doing his Foghorn Leghorn in Knives Out. But it works there because that one's pretty much more of a comedy. Whereas this one's, it's got some comedy too, this movie, but whatever. But this one, it's obviously the opening scene. You cannot say anything about the opening scene. It's flawless. It's amazing. I love the moment where they're just like, hey, can we speak English the rest of the conversation? Like, yeah, I wish they couldn't have done that the whole movie and avoided the subtitles. But that's just me. Oh yeah, roll your eyes, Edith. I don't give a shit. But
were you the guy I saw this movie with? That's exactly.
I also saw this with a group of friends after I'd seen it with my
his dad?
They said the same shit. That was my friend's dad. My dad loved this movie.
I think Mike Myers' cameo is just stupid and distracting. There's no reason to have him in this movie. I don't like when Tarantino uses anachronistic music he shoves into the movies. And like I said, this also gets to indulge himself. This movie could have been a half hour shorter if he wasn't, just drag out every scene and drag out the whole story. But these are all like little criticisms of it. I do enjoy the movie, just not nearly as much as a lot of his other ones.
All right. Brian, we're on to your number 15.
I should really not speak last. It's going to be my turn. My 15 is When Harry Met Sally. It's been next a couple times, I think. This is the best romantic comedy of all time, hands down. I love this movie. I love everything about this movie. I think it's perfectly directed. I like the style of it. Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan are perfect in their roles. There's so many scenes in this movie that have just become, iconic over the years. That get quoted and copied. A lot of people say like this, this kind of copies Woody Allen movies, but this is like 1,000 times better than any movie Woody Allen has ever made. His movies aren't good. But I don't really have a whole lot specific to say about this movie because it's just like, for me, it's just perfect top to bottom. The story in it is fun. It's light, but it's heartfelt, especially that ending scene when he runs to catch her on New Year's Eve. I love the music in it. The whole soundtrack done by Harry Connick Jr. before anybody knew who he was. I think all his covers are really good. But yeah, it's just one of those movies that I think that ever since then, so many rom-coms have like tried to copy and tried to be like this movie, but nobody's ever done it better.
Who else had this?
I had it at 63. Cody,
I had it at 41.
All right.
Okay, so I go first, or Cody goes first?
I go first.
I'll talk first. You talk first.
So what I've kind of learned that I like rom-coms. This movie I did not watch till very recent, but I've watched it multiple times since, and how much it has grown on me, and how much I absolutely love it. Billy Crystal is one of the funniest human beings that has ever walked this earth. How he still wasn't allowed, like he should have been doing the Oscars for like years. I find him so funny. His comedy may not work for everybody, but it absolutely works for me. And the way he just able to like spit out dialogue and just make it like he has what Vince Vaughn has too, but he does it way better. Where he's just able to like create as his voice gets higher and he keeps talking. It's just hilarious. That entire car ride in the beginning where they're all sitting there just chatting, and he's chatting with her, and it's like, you can't be best friends because there's always going to be that one thing. And this always got quoted as one of the best rom-coms. It's always the scene inside the diner that you see over and over of her faking the orgasm. And that you're like, okay, what is this movie? But the heart, when you boil down where this movie gets so good, is so... There's movies that I agree, as I watch more rom-coms, that attempt and throw things at the screen that is just like When Harry Met Sally, and they're not even close. They don't even come close to the magic, the chemistry, what they're able to accomplish, where they're able to take Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan, which probably at that time is polar opposites, what they, looks wise, and throw them together and make it work so well. I think Carrie Fisher and I can't think of the guy's name. It was just in the trivia match. Werner Kirby. He is. I think the relationship and how they're trying to make everything work and put together is just great. And I love the last scene. It's so cheesy. It's so cliche in today's standards of when he just lists all the things he likes about her, and it's not like loves about her, and it's the stupidest things. Like the things he notices that no one else does, and it's what you want in a romantic comedy. It's just you feel like his love, he's about to lose the girl that he loves because he's made stupid decisions, but he can't let her go because this is how much he means to her. This movie keeps going up. I would not be surprised a year from now if it's in my top 20. This movie is absolutely incredible. Great range. I just wish I've seen it a lot more than Brian probably has at this point.
Yeah, I agree with everything Cody and Brian just said. I love this movie. And actually, Cody said he likes rom-coms. I don't like rom-coms, and for some reason, this movie just gets me. Like, it's just so it's great. I mean, Billy Crystal, like you guys said, he is so funny, and the way he can just rattle off and go on and on and on. It's just so entertaining to watch. You can never get tired of it. And then Meg Ryan, also incredible in this movie. That scene when they're at the diner, like at night on their first road trip towards the beginning, and she's just like being so particular about everything, it's such a great like character setup, and that kind of builds the foundation for like their whole relationship later on. And I think I love it. I think the script is really, really great. It's really tight. Carrie Fisher's really funny in this movie. Bruno Kirby, really easy to remember that guy's name. He's both of those characters together, just like them like immediately when you think of it, right, Kirk? I do. Yeah, I love this movie. I think Cody said that Katz's is a diner. It's a deli, guys. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Katz's delicatessen. It's no problem. But yeah, Billy Crystal. Fair enough. Billy Crystal embodies the perfect like neurotic Jew, and I can say that as a neurotic Jew. He's the best who ever did it. Eat your heart out, Woody Allen.
An erotic Jew or a neurotic Jew?
Well, both, but I did say a neurotic Jew. It's a flawless rom-com, like you guys said, and it holds up for a reason. Everyone I've shown it to loves it, and you can watch it over and over again. It's great.
What Paul said too, the couple interviews makes this like even. It takes just a special touch where some movies that would be like, oh, why the fuck are they doing that? It works so well in this movie.
This movie has grown on me over the years. I used to really not like it at all. I mean, you guys know me. I'm not a rom-com guy.
No.
This one does it. I mean, the more I watch it, the more it does do it better than a lot of others, but still does have, like you said, Cody, some of those cliche moments that it's hard for me to get over. And I just never really got on the Meg Ryan bandwagon. I know back in the 80s and 90s, she was like the it girl, and everybody was so enamored with her. I just never saw it. So that the relationship to me didn't click as much as it does for everybody. But like I said, if I keep watching it, I might it might go up a little bit for me. But
Andrew, that's practically a masterpiece for Kirk, so that's okay.
That's below average. Read my bio.
You don't feel like ending your life, so
Zach, you're the only one who didn't have one here, but Sally, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I really love it. For some reason, the first time I saw it didn't hit as much, but I think the rewatchability is so high because it is just a pleasurable movie. I couldn't be more interested in Rob Reiner's directorial career. I think if he ended in the mid-90s, he could be easily top-tier mainstream filmmaking directors, and it just got so lost in the woods. But think if we've already talked about 3 or 4 of his movies, on the list with Princess Bride, to come. It's just like amount of classics and how flexible he was in the kinds of filmmaking is really amazing. Romantic comedies, fantasies, coming of age dramas. And this is, like my 5th best, and that's just say favorite like Rob Reiner movie. That's just saying like how great of a director he really was for such a 10-year span.
His run, was
that run.
Insane.
All right, Zach, you're number 15.
My number 15, I'm going to say slowly till I know what it is. Guys, next 2 movies. It's about to get steamy. Did I button up my shirt 3 picks ago just to do this bit? Yes. And it is worth it. And we'll save 2 more buttons for the next pick. But it's Titanic. Brian had it. It's Titanic. And I also would say after the Pacific Rim talk, I messaged some other people, friends of the community, saying I fucking ruined everything about Titanic, and I can't just talk about how big the boat is because I talk about how big things on screens are bullshit. My whole plan was just to say it's a big boat, and then this move on, and I ruined it. But Titanic is just like I don't know. I for some reason every month or so I'm watching something and I just look at my wife and go, I wish I was watching Titanic instead right now. For some reason it gets called up. There's if anyone knows what movie recently they're just watching Titanic in the background. It's I'd rather just be that one scene of Titanic was the best part of this movie that they showed on the TV screen. I'm not a James Cameron fan, and the fact that he is able to make a historical drama after being this big action movie and not being the one successful for me is really weird. But he just he has a great passion for the story itself and the ocean, and it really tells. There's such a care given to I think both halves of this movie. He has his James Cameron half what we've came to know with the sinking, which is extremely thrilling, and I think the effects that you kind of see through them at this point still hold up in a way that's really exciting and tragic. I don't think he undersells the horror and tragedy of it all. I think you feel the stakes and you feel every life that is lost and every life that hits the fucking bow of the ship and the bodies crack, which is great filmmaking, but also there's you feel horrible. And then the first half of building the romance, building the world and the characters on the ship, I honestly I think is what makes this rewatchable. A lot of people say the second half is all there, but you fall in love with Jack and Rose and the society and their issues. And I think Billy Zane is such a incredibly kind of one-sided villain, but something that really sells the conflict and drama of that movie that helps create some tension in that sinking scene other than just the boat sinking. I think them running through the ship, him chasing him still works. He's just such a vain asshole, and it's great. He's perfect casting for that role. And the romance is heavy. The car scene, we get that hand on the foggy glass of the window was a life-changing moment for 8-year-old Zach on what life is going to be moving forward. And I saw this, with my grandparents and watched my grandpa cry. And that was also a big moment in my life. My grandpa likes weird shit. He loves soap operas and that stuff. So I don't know why it's so weird for me to watch him cry, but it was at a moment that man, shit's real. Life's real. Fucking boats sink and people die. Titanic's great. I'll watch it right now. I actually rather watch Titanic than be on the show right now, so I might just go for that.
And Brian, you had this as well, right?
Sometimes I'd rather watch Irishman than be on this show. Yeah, I had this at number 24 on my list. This is a movie. I think it's a great movie on a story level and a technical level because this movie is so well. I think it's so well directed. I think the action in it is well done. But even the effects, the way he used technology in this movie, I think is really quite good. And most of the movie was done practically, in water tanks and stuff like that. And you can completely tell, it's not like, they didn't use a whole lot of CGI except for some of the big sweeping shots of the boats, things like that. Otherwise, it's used very sparingly and in ways to support the film that you don't even notice the CGI is happening. But the story itself, I think it's a great love story. I think that the cast from the modern day scenes with like Bill Paxton, all the way through to the flashback stuff, which I mean even Billy Zane, I mean he's totally doing the mustache twirling, total villain kind of thing, but it works. You got to have a villain in this movie besides the iceberg, and so you put him in there. But the thing about this movie is this is a movie that so many people I know have trouble separating the movie itself from the hype around the movie. Because I mean, back when this came out, I mean, teen girls tried their best to kill this movie for everyone because you could not escape Titanic, you could not escape Leo Mania, all that kind of thing. But if you're willing to look past the hype and judge the movie on its own merits, I think the movie was excellent. I mean, obviously, the Academy agreed with me. They still ties the record for 14 nominations, I think. It won 11 of them, including the well-deserved Best Picture. Yeah, I said it. I'm trying to think. And James Horner's score, I think this is one of his best scores. And yes, they weave in that song that everyone's sick of with "My Heart Will Go On." But again, you take out the fact that you heard it like every 5 minutes on the radio at the time, and just appreciate it for what it is. I think that the music in this worked perfectly. And my last thing I'm going to say is to response to Thomas Scully and everybody else who says there was room on there for Jack. It's not a matter of if you can fit two people on it. The thing is, if you put two people on it, it sinks below the waterline and it goes down and you both die. So anyway.
Yeah, me and Brian have tested it out together, and it does not work.
We also tested out the car scene with the window, but that whole story.
Yeah. Well, that was a great night.
Yeah, Bar, you're a genius. I'm going to call him a Hack, Fraud, and Charlton because that's his official title. Hack, Fraud, and Charlton. James Cameron, the master of creating incredibly mediocre films and somehow making them the highest grossing movies of all time. It's mind-blowing. This is one of the most overrated movies ever. It's not very good. Leo is not the Leo we know today. At this point, he had not figured out that whole acting thing. He's still about that like growing pains level. He really brings this movie down. The special effects may have been really good back then, but you watch it now and it's kind of like, they're not that great. The music, especially the Heart Will Go On, it just so manipulated. It's like music created in a lab to like emotionally manipulate people and like make you feel a certain way. The first time I watched this movie in the theater, I got completely sucked into it, and I was like, oh. And then I watched it again at home, and I'm like, oh, this is a nothing movie. It's the Oscar. Yeah, I mean, any of those movies that year, I think this is the worst of the nominees. I mean, you talk about the hype and how the hype ruined it. I mean, the hype is what swept this to an Oscar because there's like on a technical level, all those LA Confidential, as good as it gets, all those movies were better than this. As good as it gets was this year, wasn't it?
Yes,
I think it was. Yeah. I would have went with any of those other movies besides this. Like you said, like Billy Zane, like how he completely one note, so many one note characters in this. And yeah, I mean, I'll admit there are like some emotional scenes with like the people trying to survive, but like a lot of those big action shots with like, you were talking about like the bodies falling and everything, Zach, it gets real Roland Emmerich-y. And like, it's like, these are like real people who died and like, we're like treating it like a amusement park ride. So yeah, bad movie, bad pick. Zach or Cody and Ethan, why'd you make the right choice to not have this on your list?
I mean, I like this movie a lot. I'm sorry, I do. It's the axe swing for me.
I apologize.
It's the axe swing for me. I just misses so bad and fucking hits it perfectly. You can't make that any better. I think this movie gets a really bad rap. I don't understand the hate for it. I believe the beginning is kind of slow, but once they're going, I think it's really good. For the parts, it's one that I considered putting on my list because it would have been lower because I don't love it as much as these guys do. But and I won't unbutton the shirt or anything to say it's steamy and like thing, but. If you were around that age, we all saw what we saw for the first time probably in that movie.
Go dress like a gentleman and wear button-ups.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, Zach. No one cares. You pretentious. Go play with a puppet. I'm done with you. I think it gets weird hate. The ending I think is really good, especially with the door. There was room, whatever. Jack needed to die, and she moved on. So we have, and F everybody. My heart will go on. Glad you're not in the state of Missouri, because if you find me around and that song plays, you're about to see a show. All right, still a great song. Have a lot of fun with it. It's a great song to sing and belt out. So yeah, stop hating on Titanic. Good Will Hunting's better, but
Good Will Hunting. Another movie should have went over this.
LA Confidential. No, thank you. I disagree with that one. Just that's up for everybody.
Yeah, I loved this movie growing up, and then I don't love it anymore. I don't hate it. I don't. I don't hate it. It doesn't have that magic that it did for me when I originally had seen it. I do think. I mean, I love the spectacle of it. Like, I love when there are those giant movies from the 80s and 90s where they put a ton of money into it, and you're like, all that stuff in the ship when it's sinking, with all the water in it, it is big and it feels real, and I don't want to be like the guy who says oh, they don't make them like that anymore, but it's hard to find movies that get made like that where they really just go for it with the scale and the sets and everything. So I love all that stuff. And I mean, Jack and Rose they do have great chemistry, and you do enjoy their romance. I really dislike the framing device of Rose as an old woman in the beginning and end. I just feel like it's a lot of unnecessary time tacked on that I feel like it almost does nothing for the story other than introduce it, which you could just do. You could just introduce it. Also, this has been pointed out before, but once it did, I had a hard time not thinking about it. She throws the heart of the ocean into the sea at the end, and these guys who had this underwater technology where they could go down in these machines and find an old painting of her. Wait, they're not going to hop in the water and go get the fucking heart of the ocean? Well, no. Come on.
Britney Spears' boyfriend dove in and got it. Remember? Never mind. Never mind.
But yeah, so overall, I like some things about it. I dislike some things about it. I don't think it's as good as it's hyped up to be. LA Confidential is a better movie, which I didn't know was the same year. So now I'm upset that it didn't win.
All right, moving on. Cody, let's get your number 14.
Oh man, let me go grab a button-up shirt because it's about to get steamy in here. Not really. It's my favorite Wilder. It's Witness for the Prosecution. My grandpa's in this film. Not really, but Charles Lawton looks fucking scary like my grandpa. It's kind of creepy to watch him now in films. Witness for the Prosecution is, and it's so courtroom dramas are one of my favorite things. Everybody knows this about me. Witness for the Prosecution is one that I totally was surprised by. See the courts, basically how they work over in another country and how they all break down, and how the old courtroom setting is. And this movie has twists and turns. I don't want to spoil any of the twists and turns of this movie because I knew nothing going into this movie. And when I watched it, I was so shocked. I thought this movie was outstanding. Charles Lawton gives an insane performance. Just basically a lawyer returning from being out of the hospital, and he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. He's going to smoke. He's going to drink. He just goes through the whole thing and says he's going to take it easy. And then this guy says that he murdered this lady, and he takes on the case, and he basically has to go through the proceeding and prove his innocence. And then again, twists and turns happen. Again, if you haven't seen this movie, I think it's one of the most watchable classic movies out there. And just to show how 57 was one of the most stacked years in film is insane. With 12 Angry Men, this, Bridge on the River Kwai, those movies all came out this year is insane to me. But yeah, Charles Lawton gives an insane performance. And again, it just shows that Billy Wilder was probably one of the most versatile directors to ever work. And to be able to play in so many sandboxes and hit it out of the park on numerous plays, it's insane to me. I could not imagine it's from that guy, the guy that did that later on did The Apartment and Some Like It Hot and stuff like that, and makes this stuff. It's crazy to me. Yeah, I love this movie.
No one else had this, right?
No,
I know Zach did because it's Wilder. And we all watch it.
Hack.
Yeah, we don't know other directors. I like this movie a lot. I've said this about Wilder before. Just his ability in the 50s, late 50s, to make his whole career actually, just to make such modern feeling movies that feel like they could be made right now and make completely sense and fit in, just with the tone and the story. It's a great cast, great supporting cast. Like you said, the twists and turns. I don't want to talk about it either. I have only seen it once, and I really need to rewatch it because I know there's a lot of stuff I probably didn't pick up on. But I think it's, this is definitely, well, I don't want to say that. It's hard to pick like a top 3 or top 5 Wilder, but it's definitely up there.
I will say the ending, once you know the ending, I thought maybe it will hurt on rewatch. It still lives up. Once you know what happens, still hits just as hard the second time. And that was the make or break when it was going on my list finally, is if the ending felt like it was planned, like it was coming, I knew what was happening, maybe it would drop. It still hits.
All right. Everybody else on witness prosecution.
I finally watched it for the first time for trivia. Like I think a lot of people in the community are been lately. But it's a good movie. It's not my favorite Wilder, and it's not something I'm gonna watch a lot just for my own entertainment. But not a whole lot of kind of those older classic movies will get my attention. But I've watched it a couple times.
It's really good. It's great, courtroom storytelling and unveiling of a plot. Screenplay is really smart. I just want to say, even Cody hinting at Charles Lawton having sex forced me to button my collar button. Everything got real tightened up. I can't.
Don't you fucking talk shit about Charles Lawton, okay?
I haven't seen this movie, unfortunately. Billy Wilder is actually kind of a blind spot for me. I've seen a couple of his movies, but not enough, so I will have to get around to it.
Zach definitely respects you for that. Hey, Cody. Is Witness for the Prosecution the best courtroom movie ever? Go on record right now, yes or no?
He's looking at his list.
Well, courtroom? No,
Legal.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
We already know like 9 of his 13 based on his yikes. So there's only a couple movies we don't know.
Stop being disrespectful, Brian. Okay.
Ethan, what is your 14?
My number 14 is Blue Velvet. This is my favorite David Lynch movie. It is also, I think, his most. I wouldn't say it's his most accessible, but it's the most. It's the most accessible in terms of David Lynch movies, like the ones that are very Lynchian. It kind of rides that line like perfectly, in my opinion. I love everything about this movie. I love the atmosphere and just like the general creepiness. But you're in like this pitch perfect 50s style town, and Kyle MacLachlan's like this young, like happy-go-lucky guy, and Laura Dern's the perfect young teenager with like the neat dress, and like they have this like sweetheart love thing, and everything's like nice and normal in the town, except for when it starts to dive into like the dark. I use this word a lot with Mulholland Drive, but it's a perfect word for Lynch. It's like just dark and sinister, and like just like what's buried beneath the surface, starting with the ear in the grass, which is such a great way to start the movie. And as Kyle MacLachlan gets drawn into that dark world, the movie just gets darker and weirder. And I think it's so perfect the way that Lynch leads you into that. The cast, I think, is great. I mean, I love Kyle MacLachlan, Laura Dern in everything, but like especially in this movie, they fit those characters so well for what Lynch is trying to do with them. Dennis Hopper as Frank is incredible. He's such a disgusting, like gross, evil guy. Isabel Rossellini, fantastic. Her singing Blue Velvet is such a beautiful scene. One of my favorite scenes in any movie ever is Dean Stockwell as Ben in this movie doing the lip syncing to In Dreams by Roy Orbison is so creepy and unsettling and cool, and the way it looks is it's just awesome. I love it. It's one of my favorite scenes ever. This movie's got certain twists and turns, but it's just really the atmosphere that does it for me, and like the themes of like underlying darkness that David Lynch plays with and injects into it. And it has one of the greatest line readings of all time from Dennis Hopper. I know we don't love quotes here. We don't want to do them too much, but what's your favorite type of beer? Heineken. Fuck that shit. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Incredible. It's come on, you can't top it. This movie's fucking great. I love it.
You definitely
Yeah.
pronounced the N in that word name. Just shouting. There's definitely an N in your pronunciation. Let's move forward.
What?
Yeah, Cody gets it.
The singer you brought up.
Oh, what did I say? Roy Orbison? Oh God, Roy Orbison. Sorry, I didn't mean to say Orbison.
-8 points for you.
I'm happy you caught that because I can say on air. I know his name is Orbison, not Orbinson. So I appreciate
So
you.
does Zach.
attention to that.
Zach also knows that's how you say his name. That's fine.
Zach, Ethan, you took the words right out of my mouth on this one. It's the most like accessible Lynchian movie. Like like Elephant Man. I think they said in the chat, and they're right. That's like the most just generally watchable. I think of his. But just if you want to experience David Lynch, that's the one that I think most people get into. I just watched this for the first time within the past years for trivia. And I liked it. I think it's great. It's very atmospheric. I love the way they use music and lighting and just the way it's shot. Isabella Rossellini is really good and just really creepy, and her character is just kind of off-putting. Dennis Hopper's great as villain, but yeah, for me, Dean Stockwell definitely steals the show. The couple scenes he's in, he is just so creepy and so so. You used the word sinister. I think that's a perfect way to describe him. So just like a lot, like the story's weird, and like I mean it's David Lynch. It's a very much David Lynch story. So like it's not so much about like the story. It's more about the feel. But unlike a movie like Mulholland Drive, there actually is a story for real that you can follow and watch like a movie. So again, I mean I wouldn't have this at 14. I think that's pretty high, but at least you had higher than Mulholland Drive. Yes.
One more, really quick, I have to add, if anyone's keeping track, I did get a penis in. There's a quick shot of Kyle MacLachlan's peen in this movie. Very quick, but you'll see it if you watch for it.
Didn't break the streak. Everybody else on Blue Velvet.
David Lynch is not my thing, so I have not seen this. That's all I need to say.
I haven't seen it because I always expect David Lynch to not be my thing.
I think I've been banned from watching David Lynch movies after Eraserhead, and if that's Dylan in the chat that just said Eraserhead is his favorite, maybe a new faction would probably be best for you. So,
Brian, what is your 14?
My number 14 is Star Wars, aka Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. There was a time when young Brian, when 6 of my top 10 movies would have been the 3 Star Wars movies and the 3 Indiana Jones movies. That would have been most of my top 10 right there. Obviously, in the decades since then, I've kind of expanded and watched more movies, a lot more movies. And then also, I will admit that once the prequels hit, it kind of knocked Star Wars off of that. Just holding it up in such high regard. Anything that Star Wars is perfect, because no, it's not. I mean, I still enjoy most anything Star Wars, but this is the movie basically that started my love of movies. I was 4 or 5 years old when I saw this movie for the first time in the theaters, and we stayed there and watched it twice in a row because we just loved it so much. And coming out of this movie is just like it was a life-changing experience basically, because from that point on, all I did every day of my life was pretend to be these people or play with Star Wars toys, and everything was Star Wars. And so I mean, this is a very landmark piece of my film going life. It still, I think, holds up to this day. It's like I said, there are times it could be in my top 5, and it could drop down here as low as 20. This is one of those movies that kind of moves all over the place, but it's never going to move out of that kind of top echelon, at least, because everything about this movie. I mean, at the time, there'd been science fiction and space movies, obviously, but this kind of took it to a whole other level. The John Williams score is simply amazing. I mean, this is really one of probably the most recognizable movie score of any movie ever made. The characters are now just kind of part of the public mind. Everything is always compared to Star Wars and compared to these characters, and rightfully so, because I mean, at the time, since then, you might not like everything Star Wars has done, but it definitely started off with this phenomenal movie.
Does anybody else have this? Yeah, it's hard to look at Star Wars as just one movie now because there's just so much. There's so much content, so much beyond, so much continuity, and so much canon and non-canon, and what is it, and whatever you want to say, about the culture that's risen up around it. But if you take all that away, this is still a really good movie. This is still it's just such, and it's kind of like it's almost like an independent movie. It's very small scale. All of the practical effects, but it's not something. It's definitely not as big. You look at the three that just came out. This was nowhere near that before it was released. It's just a great take on like sci-fi and fantasy and the Western genre and the samurai genre, and kind of blends all those together in such a great way.
And I forgot to mention, from a technical standpoint, it basically changed movies forever as far as like special effects movies and stuff.
Yeah. Special effects. I think a lot of those practical special effects still hold up. A lot of great characters. I mean, it's basically the Joseph Campbell, hero's journey, and so many of those archetypical characters, and they're all great. R2 and C-3PO are great characters. Luke, say whatever you want about Hamill's performance, still a great character. Obi-Wan, Han, just all these different characters. The original cantina scene and the original aliens you got were so good. Just so much great makeup and so many great costumes. Just a really, really fun movie. I remember watching this as a kid. I don't have a lot of memories of anything like before Return of the Jedi, so it's always kind of been the trilogy for me. But this is still a really great movie. Like you said, John Williams' score, I think, is what makes this. I don't think if you put like a standard sci-fi 70s score to this movie, I don't think Star Wars is what it is today. I think that's how important that score is. But yeah, it's still great. Like I said, when you shave away all the baggage that's around it now. Everybody else on Star Wars?
No, I thought we had agreed on Cody going first every time. All right, well, I'll go first this time then. I, much like Brian, when I was younger, probably would have put the 3 Star Wars and probably the 3 Indiana Jones in my top 10 because I was obsessed with those. And unfortunately, and I hate that this happened, and I try to separate it, but like Kirk said, the whole culture of it and what Disney, the direction they took it in, the way they've just turned it into George Lucas turned it into a cash cow, but the way that Disney then took that cash cow and mutated it into an even more horrifying monster, it just really it really dampened my love of the series, the franchise. But I do still really like the original trilogy. The first one has a lot of great moments and really some really dumb moments, and some really bad dialogue and stuff. It's still fun. It's still Star Wars. The score is incredible, like Kirk said and Brian said. I still even when I wasn't as into it, and I would go to the sequel trilogy movies, and the moment the score kicks in and the title crawl, it's you get the chills for a moment every time. And I wish I still had that love for it, because I used to really, really love Star Wars. But it is, the original trilogy is still really great, and it is still kind of this magical thing that you can almost never replicate.
I'm not going to waste our precious time talking about Star Wars. The community doesn't need me talking about Star Wars. It's fun. That's it. Enough has been said.
Yeah, the community has definitely not helped this franchise at all. It just hasn't. There are people that talk ad nauseum about these films and think they're the greatest thing ever. Do I love the first original 3? Yes, will be something. It was like a rite of passage. Like my dad sitting down watching the VHS tapes of the original 3. That excitement, learning all the stuff for the first time. I can never take that away. Then the mouse bought this shit and decided to do whatever the hell they did with this, and connect Rogue One to New Hope now, where Darth Vader is a fucking John Wick, slicing people in half, and then decides in the connected movie now, which I watched for Fandom, moves like that. The fuck's happening? Not sure why. He moves they fuck things up. They make things just for cash grabs and stuff, and it ruins this movie. This movie's still special. This movie, I understand if you just take it in the 3, but it's so hard in the world that we live in, the climate of this community, to just take it as one. And by the way, Nico showed up as soon as you said Star Wars, so Brian, not a fan of you right now. Never shows up, You said Star Wars. Hello, is this Wendy's? Yeah, listen, you don't get the jokes. Okay, calm down.
Zach, let's go with your number 14.
Yeah, my number 14 about to take this whole damn shirt off because we're talking about some sexual tension that never gets fully resolved, and that's my shit, baby. Don't even see the fucking, you just gotta feel it, you just gotta know it's there. And this is, of course, the David Lean classic Brief Encounter from 1945.
What the
I was going to say, we already did Top Gun. What are you talking about?
Brief Encounter really compared to David Lean's rest of his filmography could be a slight because it's like 85 minutes and a very intimate romantic drama of two married British individuals that come across each other at a train station. They meet each other consistently for their own reasons at a train station, and it's all about their immediate connection that they feel to each other and the lust that they feel and the love they call it love, but that sense of desire for each other with really heavy guilt that they feel towards their marriage contract, and they don't really show the man's wife ever. It's not really his story, but from the woman's perspective, and they seem like they have a good marriage, but it's one of those just like really like great friends, and they're great, run a great family together and partners. But there's this thing, a piece missing that she's, finding with this man at this point. But this movie has a great sense of the tragedy of these romances, these chances that we come that are just, at the wrong time, at the wrong place in our life, that we are held back, not held back. That sounds really negative terms. I don't think it looks down on marriage, but in a way that the situations we put ourselves in as a society, hold us back from other, opportunities and other moments. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because it doesn't end in a horrible note. It ends at there's still a meaningfulness to, their moment together before they go back to their lives. David Lean, shoots movies, really spectacularly, especially for 1945. The use of lighting is tremendous. That they create a kind of a dark background just to really highlight on these characters, which kind of makes them stand out from within this train cafe, and you really cue in on their kind of loneliness, and I said they really build the tension of the guilt they're feeling through those close-ups of her face, with a tremendous performance. I can't remember the actress's name now. I think it being British is very important. I think that the British uptightness to this adds to that tension, adds to that drama. Because the closed end of their emotions or feelings rather than writing their emotions on the sleeves, everything kind of when it bursts and makes it feel more dramatic in a way. And what else is great? Trains. There's a lot of trains in this movie. Everybody watch fucking Brief Encounter. David Lean's a great director, but people don't realize that he doesn't have to make great epics. He can also make more intimate romantic tales, and he is a romance director for the most part with Dr. Zhivago and Passage to India. He does a lot of great dramatic romances.
I had wanted to watch this movie for a long time. I finally watched this week for the show. I wanted to like it a lot more than I did. I just feel like it's super melodramatic, and what really took it down the notch was the heavy use of voiceover and her acting in response to her voiceover, and all the big eye movements and everything was just kind of off-putting to me. The score was kind of intrusive too. Is that big melodramatic score? It's shot well. I mean, the train station scene and stuff look good. But like I said, that tone and that style of storytelling just really didn't do it for me. Plus, to be completely honest, my take on these kind of situations are pretty traditional. So I'm just sitting there, if your husband seems like a decent guy, maybe don't go to the movies with other men and everything will work out. Everybody else on Brief Encounter.
I have not seen it, but I just looked at it. Apparently it's on HBO Max, so I put it on my watch list.
If Zach will put his button up back on, I'll watch it this week.
I saw this in film school actually, and I really loved it. I don't remember too much about it because it was a few years ago, and I only saw it the one time. But it was great. Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything Zach said, and it really does just you know, it's captures this like perfect moment in time for these two people, and like it is. I'm sure anyone who's been in love in some way can relate to with a certain feeling, even if what they're doing is wrong. And you know, I think it's really great. I don't remember too much about it though, so I can't go too specific. But it's good.
All right, Cody, you're 13.
All right. Well, time to make everybody go. Oh, fucking boring ass Cody. 2010. It's Inception.
Fucking ass Cody.
Yep. Again, another movie. Waited way too long. So I saw this originally in college. I didn't pay a damn bit of attention. Confused the hell out of me. Was not mature enough to watch this movie. Or pay attention that closely to know what's happening. And then I watched it. And then I watched it on the big screen, and I've watched it a couple more times since. This movie's insane. This movie is absolutely insane. I know there's a lot of people out there that are Nolan fanboys, and they absolutely just praise the ground that man walks on. I'm pumped the brakes. I'm not there. I thought most of his movies passed this movie. Matt, okay. Like, I hate Dunkirk. I can't stand Interstellar. So like, I'm not that kind of person that just loves his movies. I just think this is such a smart, interesting movie. That just, it's a lot of people have seen it, a lot of people talked about it, so I won't talk it to death, but just the way they're able to manipulate with the time and the basically the heist movie within this, the dreams, I think is such an interesting take. I'm not like the cast in this movie, I think just are firing all cylinders. I'm just a huge Leo fan. The fact that Chance Ellison lives in this community and doesn't like him, he's just such an idiot. Like, I don't understand how Leo's in movies and you just don't like his performance. But yeah, absolutely, this movie's insane to me. I absolutely love Inception.
Interesting movie. At this point, Nolan doesn't have his head completely up his ass.
I was going to say exactly that.
But he's down there, he's checking out, he's taking measurements, he's seeing, he's making room because, he's getting there. Honestly, this movie, and I've said this before, it suffers from hype for me. I didn't see it immediately when it came out, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, this movie's awesome! It's going to change your life." And just watch the trailers. It kind of had like a Matrix feel to me, like, what's going on here? What's happening? And it's like, oh, they're just, I saw them like, okay, it's dreams. They're in dreams, and it just didn't really it didn't impress me that much. I mean, the stuff at the end is cool when they're like in the different layers and like all the different time, like that third act's pretty cool. But it just like Nolan, like I said, like 2000s Nolan, brilliant. 2010s Nolan, not my guy. This is probably the best of his 2010s work. But still, like I said, this is for me the beginning of the downward trend. Everybody else on Inception.
Yeah, mostly just copy paste everything Kirk just said. And actually, Cody is right because everything after Inception is really meh for me, and that includes Dark Knight Rises too, and Tenet and all that stuff. But Inception is another one that it looks really cool, and I love what they did. It's got some cool ideas to it. I do think though that Nolan was already, like you said, starting to get up his own ass a little bit. So it seems like he likes to confuse people for the sake of confusing people. Like he like just gets off on making people scratch their heads. Which, I mean, a part of that's supposed to be that it's this weird thing, stuff going on. You're supposed to be a little bit lost in it, but I think he tries a little bit too hard to fool his audience.
It's not that confusing, guys. It really isn't. Pretty basic.
But anyway, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, but this is another one. I will agree that, like I was talking about with Titanic, kind of, you kind of have to separate because Nolan people, especially this community, have made me really dislike Nolan. And I know it's not his fault. It's not the movie's fault. It's just people super praising a guy who made some pretty good movies, a couple really good movies, and then really several mediocre movies. So, but this is probably mid to top tier of his movies, but he's made better ones, but he's made far worse ones too.
I agree with Cody. Actually, I think this movie is great. I think that this is one of my favorite Christopher Nolan movies. I also don't love a lot of his later stuff, but I do think this one is very innovative. And I mean, like I said before, like you get a ton of movies nowadays where they build like really impressive sets and do like really big things to them. Like Nolan does that shit, and I love it. Like Paul said, the score is great. I also agree with Cody that like I don't think this movie is as confusing as people say it is, and like I'm not pretending to be like smart or anything here. Like I don't understand Tenet or a lot of those. Like, but this movie is pretty straightforward. Like they lay out all of the points and plots for you like as they're going, like pretty clearly, I thought. But but I think it is complex enough to like still be really engaging, especially with like, you know, you break down each layer of the dreams, and like each layer on its own is like, you know, you've seen certain aspects of that before. Like, oh, there's a snowy action scene, like it's almost like a James Bond scene, or like they're in the hotel, it's like hotel shootout. Like you've seen that, but then like there's so many different things that Nolan does with those scenes to make them like different. And the whole cast of characters is really fun. And I think the ending is like it's like the perfect way to end this movie. Like that last shot is really clever. You know, like people like to make fun of Nolan for being up his own ass and trying to be too smart, but like that last shot is like a brilliant last shot to end on for this movie. Inception's great. I could have probably I was gonna say really quick, I probably could have had this low down on my list, like hundreds, 90s, something like that.
I stayed away from this movie how confusing I thought it was, and then when watching it, I think it's pretty easy.
I agree.
I love Inception. It's incredibly engaging and innovative, and I find it really remarkable when films can take tropes from certain genres and put them into such a like bizarre scenario. So Nolan uses a lot of heist tropes throughout this, especially one of my favorite tropes I think of all time is the cast of the crew and all their skills. Like this is, the muscle man, and this is the guy who like resets the suitcases, and this is the driver. I'm just like a sucker for those kind of roles. But using them all to make a team to fucking like invade dreams. Such a innovative way to use that idea. I would say the emotional arc, which is not Nolan's strong suit at all. I would say with the exception of Interstellar, which I do think works in that. The Marion Cotillard and Leonardo DiCaprio, the tragic aspects don't fully work, but I don't think it needs to. It's there to provide some sort of stakes. But really, what matters is the action and the orchestration of all the events.
All right, that takes us to Ethan and your number 13.
All right, this might be the most film bro-y of my picks on my whole list, but we'll see. It's Drive. I love this movie. I don't care if it's it's kind of a meme to an extent, but this movie is beautifully made. People like to make fun of Ryan Gosling for not talking a lot in this movie, not having a lot of dialogue. He gives an incredible performance with very little. The reason the performance is so good is because he doesn't have a lot of dialogue. You just believe that he is just this like almost inhuman person, just full of rage, and he could snap literally any moment, which you do see him do many times. I mean, first of all, everyone in the cast is incredible. This is early Oscar Isaac. This is probably, I think, this is the first thing I ever saw him in, and it was like I loved him. And then of course going back now, he's megastar, he's in everything. This has one of the best soundtracks of any movie. You got Kavinsky, Night Drive, A Real Hero, Chromatics. The songs in this movie are incredible, and they're used so perfectly. Under Your Spell by Desire is like one of my favorite songs ever. And a lot of those songs I just learned from this movie, and now they're in rotation. So thank you to Nicholas Winding Refn for that. And the violence is like sparsely used, but when it is brutal and like in your face, and you feel it. Bryan Cranston's great in this, like, because after Breaking Bad, it kind of goes back to this like meeker performance, and you just buy it, and you love the relationship him and the driver have, and Albert Brooks is Bernie Rose. Like that is a top 10 villain for me. He is so good, and he follows in a long line of comedic actors who you take and put in a villainous role, because when they nail it, it's even more impactful, and it really is for this one. He shaved his eyebrows, and he's that awesome line when he's like, my hands are a little dirty. He's like, so are mine. Like it's great. I love this movie. It's a tight, like 90 minutes or whatever. You're in, you're out. You understand the motivations of the characters. It's a simple crime story, but it's elevated by how it's shot and the soundtrack. It gives you this like dreamlike feel almost to the LA underground with what they're doing. Yeah, I love it.
I hadn't seen this one in a while. I saw it when it came out. I just rewatched it. Yeah, it's just crazy how this movie goes. Like, there's like very intense scenes of like violence and action, and then it just gets like kind of boring. I don't like Ryan Gosling in this. I think he's kind of wasted. Just like there's just like a lot of like blank stares in this movie. I completely forgot Oscar Isaac was in this until I rewatched it. Like, oh yeah, it was Oscar Isaac. But I do like. I mean, Albert Brooks is great. Ron Perlman's great. Bryan Cranston's great. That last scene between Brooks and Cranston is so good. And just like again, that like. Just getting in those movies let you get inside the head of like somebody in that world, and like them like why what they're doing is okay to them. That scene between Cranston and Brooks at the end, just kind of him. This is how it has to be. I love that. But I think honestly, I think Gosling's the worst part of this. Like I said, I just don't think like you watch movies like Crazy Stupid Love and The Nice Guys, and you see what he can do, and just what a charismatic actor he is. That's what he's doing the best. Like he just wasted this, just sitting there like staring blankly. Like I said, the action scenes, like the scene with the hammer and stuff, are great. But there's like just a lot of dead air. So, it's a pick. Everybody else on Drive.
I still need to see this movie. I've never seen it.
This is the first time I've ever connected that Carey Mulligan and Oscar Isaac have been a couple twice within 3 years. My mind is blown.
She's also great in this, by the way. I should imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I really liked it when it came out. I feel like Ryan Gosling kind of got stuck in this mode for a little bit. Like he took the wrong lessons from his success in this movie because he kind of recreates the performance Only God Forgives, and involves a little bit with Place Beyond the Pines, but he thought he was just this brooding, handsome, rough on the edges kind of guy, which is, I don't think, the best scenario for him. But I think he's good in this movie. Just doesn't even live in that. I have nothing else interesting to say, but I do want to say Chromatics have a great cover of Into the Black by Neil Young that everyone should listen to.
It's been far too long since I've seen this movie. I remember liking it, especially I remember liking the music, the use of music in this movie. But I need to rewatch this again. It's just been too long to talk much about it.
Couple of things. Everything I said about Gosling is so much worse than Only God Forgives. I think he has like maybe 3 lines of dialogue in the entire movie. And when I was watching this, Ethan, I was like, this is the most Ethan soundtrack I've ever heard in my entire life.
You're right. You are correct. It's like my favorite soundtrack ever.
All right, Brian, what is your 13?
Ethan was worried about having his Dude Bro movies there. You don't get more Dude Bro than my number 13 movie, which is Fight Club. Fight Club is a movie that, again, at one point was, probably in my top 3 movies, and it's moved to all over my list. But it's always kind of stayed up there towards the top. This is a movie that I know a lot of people talk about how people like take the wrong messages from it, and especially the whole Dude Bro generation. But this is a movie that I just enjoyed as the dark comedy that it was. I mean, I wasn't taking it at the surface value like some people were, but I also wasn't looking too deep into the commentary on current masculinity in our generation and things like that, because I just want to enjoy the movie. And I really did. I think it's still one of David Fincher's best movies. I'll take this over most of his filmography, probably not all of it though. But I think that he, in this movie, did a great job of kind of creating this a style he hasn't really used before. And a lot of that, I mean, I read the original book by Chuck Palahniuk, and it's a really good book. And actually, the movie stays really faithful to the book. There are a few small, changes here and there to it. But if you ever read the book to it, you can totally hear the narrator's voice comes through. I mean, you can't read the book now after having seen the movie and not just hear Edward Norton doing the role. But this is a movie that it just worked for me. This is another one that I managed to get to see a screening of a couple months before it came out. And I couldn't talk about it because, big spoilers and the twist at the end and kind of thing, which, by the way, I love the revelation of that twist, which, most people nowadays, if you see it for the first time, you've probably had a ruin for you because you are, it's just become kind of one of those things like I See Dead People where you kind of know the twist before you see the movie. But this is a movie that at the time it came out, I thought was practically perfect. I don't think it's quite perfect now. I mean, it kind of came down from my high, but I still love this movie, and I think it's one of Fincher's best, and one of Pitt's best too, actually.
Yeah, I still really love this movie. I mean, there are aspects of it that are dated, obviously, but I feel like Pitt and Norton are just so good in it, and they're so good together. And the way it's shot, the way the story is told through Norton's narration, and just that like tension and stress of him being insomniac, not being able to sleep, and how that kind of like paints the entire his worldview and everything that happens, and you kind of get sucked into that, and just how they do things like almost like that, like dream, like nightmarish, the scenes where they just cut Pitt in like for a frame before the character's even introduced, and then that's kind of called back later when he's talking about working in the movie theater, but just little things like that. It's just the atmosphere and the style of this movie are so great. And, whatever you think about the message or what the message is, that's fine. But like you said, Brian, just as it is, just the story, straightforward, the story is really good. And I still enjoy it. Everybody else on Fight Club.
So I was wrong about this movie for a long time. I hated people in college. They would be like, Fight Club, greatest movie of all time. Greatest movie of all time. What are you talking about? And I'm like, okay, bro, glad you like this movie. It's fine. I think it's okay. Like, I didn't love the movie. I rewatched it very recently. It is super good. It feels straight out of '99. Like, there are stuff that, man, special effects, they just can't help it. But like that whole blow up of the apartment thing is just so like out of like a '99 thing, which didn't take me out. It just made me nostalgic of anything. Like, oh, that's neat. But no, this movie is really good. I think it's not my favorite Fincher, of course, and I think Pitt's amazing in this movie. I'm kind of upset that I let guys in college that hang up posters that idolize bad people in movies, and put them so high up. I let it affect me watching this movie more often. So great choice. I don't know if I'd have it this high, but it's a really good movie.
Yeah, I also think this is a great movie. I agree with Brian and Cody. It is one of those film bro movies where everyone in college will have a poster of it. And I saw Joseph in the comments mention that I think it was Joseph. Someone said in their film class it was mentioned like 5+ times as someone's favorite. Yeah, I had a identical experience in one of my film classes where they said name your favorite movie, and this one guy had a Captain America shield backpack, a samurai sword umbrella, and he straight up said Fight Club was his favorite movie, and I was like, I made it to film school. I'm here. And I still love the movie though. It is great. The soundtrack for this one also is fantastic.
Yeah, Chemical Brothers. Yeah.
Yeah, that also that Needle drop
and the songs.
Yeah, Where's My Mind is one of the best needle drops in movies. Yeah, I mean the cast is all great. Brad Pitt's having a blast. The violence is really impactful and brutal. So yeah, it gets memed on now, but it is still a great movie, and I agree with Brian. I read the book too, and it's a great adaptation. It really, I think I like it better than the book. It takes certain things I didn't love about the book and just I think does it a little bit better in the movie. It's great.
I really need to rewatch it. It's been since I was a teenager. I really like it, but I will say Brad Pitt's pelvic cleavage is like probably the sexiest thing ever put on camera. Just like fucking get at me.
Oh, another movie with a peen in it. You get that quick flash.
Oh yeah,
there is.
You guys really, everybody, not just you guys, everybody, you need to stop letting dorm room posters ruin your opinion of good movies. Bad people.
Being that Kirk only likes movies that have.
He'll hit Scarface no matter what. So.
Bad people can like good movies. It is possible. Don't let that.
Scarface was this close to making my list, but posters.
Oh,
yeah, you guys.
Saw it in all the Cribs episodes. Go ahead.
Okay, that takes us to Zach's 13.
Yeah, Kirk's saying, "Don't let me and my Jungle Book poster in my dorm room ruin it for all of you." Okay, I didn't have that. I should have. That was the best years. Okay, my number 13 is E.T.
Yikes.
Okay. Cody, you're 12.
Shit. So somebody last episode, he won't show up in this episode because he's busy or he's too busy being a lobster. But it was Lucas Schilbach that said it's not even the best Frank Darabont movie, and he's correct. The Shawshank Redemption is not my favorite Frank Darabont movie. My favorite one is from the same year, Fight Club. This is The Green Mile. Prison movies are just like my go-to. Like I like people be miserable and in jail and walk away. So, I love The Green Mile. I watch them back to back normally. Long day. But hey, if I'm gonna watch two movies, I can make it work. Same reason I watched Godfather and Godfather Part 2. The Green Mile, I think, is just so good from start to finish. Did I cut out?
No, I'm just laughing at Boatman's comment.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you missed Albert Brooks and all the other shit. You're late to the party. Yeah, but The Green Mile, I think, has one of the best movie villains of all time in Percy. Percy is a motherfucker in this movie. He is a total asshole. But just the story, Michael Clark Duncan, that man does not get enough credit for how good of an actor he was. And he's gone way too soon. And how he didn't win for this movie is a shame. The whole thing and Sam Rockwell, I know he just mentioned it, like him just in the jail cell where they finally just pat him up and throw him in the room is just one of those great films. It's got that supernatural feel. It's from the Stephen King. Like you get that whole aspect of like what the punishment for what he did for making him ride the lightning and stuff. It's a long movie, but this movie is just something that has always stuck with me. I think Hanks's performance is absolutely incredible in this film. James Cromwell as the warden and approving it and how he's able to, and like the flashbacks that they show like through what actually happened with John Coffey and like that stuff. Like, who else is the actor? Mr. Jingles, the guy that has him as a pet. I can't think of the actor's name. Not that it will matter because I can't remember.
Doug something. Wasn't
great.
Doug Hutchinson?
Jesus Christ. Is it not Michael Jeter?
Michael Jeter.
Yeah,
Michael Jeter in this film.
He is. Oh my gosh, I'm fucking blanking on it. And from Elmo's World and Sesame Street. Fucking
Mr. Bubbles?
Mr. Noodle.
Noodle, yeah, Mr.
The
Noodle,
original
yeah.
Mr. Noodle
From the Fisher
of
King.
Elmo's World. So very important.
Thank you, Joseph.
But no, him just like a circus mouse. He's a circus mouse. Like, I just something about the whole supernatural in the prison works with like riding lightning, and got one of the hardest scenes I have ever watched. Like, is I'm spinning. This is gonna be bad. My Wi-Fi's cutting out. This is great timing. When he
We can still hear you.
Oh, okay. My Wi-Fi's cutting out. When he forgets to wet, he chooses not to wet the sponge, and Hanks holds him and says, "You're gonna watch every last second of it." Like, it's so hard to watch, but I have problems. We all admitted this through this episode. Like, I have issues, and these movies are some of my favorites. So, Green Mile.
Yeah, I just rewatched this for the first time in a long time a couple months ago, and Michael Clark Duncan I forgot how good he is in this. He is so fantastic. I mean, it's just unbelievable performance he gives. I think he should have won that the Best Supporting Actor Oscar. Just a heartbreaking performance. And like you said, it is a Stephen King adaptation, and it is just such a great Stephen King story. It has that very unique Stephen King tone where he does horror. Even when it's not like, I mean, I know there are supernatural elements in this movie, but that's not where the horror comes from. He does horror of just like mundane real life. And like you said, like in the character of Percy, just how awful he is. And that, even almost worse than the sponge. And he's like, there's no such thing as whatever it is, Mouseland or whatever, Mouseville. They made that up. They're not taking him anywhere. And just him taking that away from him is just, it's just so killer. And, just like the violence and the murder. And that's what Stephen King does so good is, with John Coffey, like just the idea of there is beauty in the world. but it's so hard for it to exist, and it's so hard for it to survive. And I think this does that, and that's an idea that just permeates through all of Stephen King's work. I think this does it better than any other movie adaptation of his, and it captures that bittersweet tone that he gets so well. Good. Muted. Waited so long, and you're muted.
Well, my Wi-Fi, so I didn't want anything to like cut out and me say something stupid. So when they make Percy clean out the entire closet, just to clear that was one of the most satisfying. And Harry Dean Stanton in this movie does not give. I love his opening part is when he's like, "All right, we're doing the walking down the Green Mile, saying, get on my knees, saying a prayer I don't believe in, just walking the Green Mile." And like Hank says, "I'll fry your ass if you keep going." It's just like one of those things, those small parts that just makes this movie so good.
And and I mean that's that character, like so many like very Stephen King type characters. I'm a big Stephen King type fan. I think everybody knows that's pretty obvious why I talk about these movies. But I think this just captures that feel. Like when you read a Stephen King book, like your heart just swells and dies over and over again. And this movie does that to you too. And yeah, it's great. I still like Shawshank better. But this movie's fantastic. Everybody else on Green Mile.
I think this is a really good movie, and like you've already mentioned, but Michael Clark Duncan, I think, is the best part of this movie. I think he's phenomenal in it. My only complaint, my only thing I don't like about this movie, this is a movie that does not need to be 3 hours and 10 minutes long. I'm like, oh, this could have been told in 2 hours, maybe 2.5 tops.
All right, Zach's muted, so I'll go really quick. I unfortunately have not seen this movie yet. I know it's another one of those movies that I have to have seen. Every time I go to watch it, I'm like, oh shit, this movie's like 3 hours long. I don't have time to watch it. I just keep forgetting how long it is. So I will watch it. I promise everyone, don't worry.
Is it a mile long? Okay, so Green Mile, thank you for the pity laughs. I like the Green Mile quite a bit, but the amount of drama that is based on a fucking UTI, it's just disturbing. Making Tom Hanks painfully urinate so many times on screen is the most humiliating thing he has ever been put through, and the man deserves better.
All right. On that note, Ethan, your number 12.
My number 12 is The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Shame on all of you for not having this. Yikes. This movie is Lord of the Rings is just I love these movies so much. They connect with me so deeply. Growing up, this was my Star Wars, and like it never dissipated like the love for that did. The Lord of the Rings, I mean, everyone knows all about them, so I can just talk about certain aspects that I love so much. Like, the world building is just brilliant. It's fantastic. Peter Jackson has such a style, and I mean, if you watch his earlier stuff, it's like really crazy style, and he takes that and he injects it into Lord of the Rings, and there's still a lot of those Peter Jackson flares that you see. Like, there's a lot of crazy shots and like cool practical stuff that are very early Peter Jackson, but to do that with this massive franchise from this like the most beloved fantasy trilogy of all time, and he really captures the feeling of Tolkien's books. And I love the books for different reasons, but the movies just emotionally get me more. And Howard Shore, this is the best score of all time, in my opinion, my humble opinion. It's not a fact, but it is, in my opinion, the best score of all time. Concerning Hobbits is one of my favorite songs ever. Whenever I go on a picnic, I just put that song on, eat some meats and cheeses, and pretend I'm a hobbit, because that's what I want to do. I just want to be a hobbit, because the hobbits have the best lives. I mean, all these characters, you get the hobbits, the elves, the dwarves, the men, like all interacting to take down this ultimate evil. And for the first movie in a trilogy, it has a fantastic beginning, middle, end. And I when I talk about these movies, I talk almost exclusively about the extended editions because they are way better. The original are great too, but you have to watch the extended editions. And I could watch hours of just living in the Shire with these characters before they go on the adventure. But then when they go on the adventure, there's all these incredible scenes. And Gandalf's death, like even knowing he's going to come back and knowing he's going to die, when they're all outside the Mines of Moria right after it happens, and they're just like all broken down, and Frodo's like crying, like it brings me to tears. It's so beautiful. The ending of this movie is fantastic with the promise of the adventure where Sam goes with Frodo. Sam is the best character in this franchise. He is incredible. I love everything about this movie. I could literally just talk about this movie for hours and hours and hours, but I'll try not to because it's so good. It has so much emotion. All right, I have to stop myself before I just keep going on about it. It's just I want to live in this world with these people and be a hobbit forever.
Now, here's my relationship with Lord of the Rings movies. Keep in mind, I'm a little older than most of you, so I didn't grow up with them. I think they're a great achievement. I think they're fun movies. They're enjoyable movies. They're entertaining movies. I own all three of them. Every once in a while, I'll pop one and watch it. If I come over your house, you have it on, you say this is what we're doing, I'm not going to complain. On the other hand, if these movies completely fell off the face of the earth tomorrow and I could never watch them again, I wouldn't blink. So I mean, I guess it's an Andrew Barr, James Barr situation. They are movies I respect more than I like. Not that I dislike them. I just never really connected to them on a personal level. A lot of great things in them. Ian McKellen is fantastic as Gandalf. I think that was just the all-time perfect casting. He's so good. It's such a great character and such a great actor and such a great role. A lot of great action, a lot of great fantasy stuff. So again, I have nothing bad to say about this movie or any of these movies. It's just like I said, I haven't connected to it the way a lot of other people have. Everybody else on Fellowship.
I'm really excited. Before my internet cuts out, I'm really excited because this weekend is the first weekend that I'm watching all three of the extended editions. I've never done it. Wife's leaving with the children, and I get the house by myself. Thank God. There's blessings after that Winnie the Pooh fiasco. Yeah, so I'm really excited. That is just one of the most rude things ever to say, that if these movies fell off the earth, you wouldn't blink. The only thing I hate about these movies is how I can't retain shit from them from trivia purposes. Because how many times I've missed things, or I know the answers as soon as you tell me it, but I can't ever just like grab it when I need it. But yeah, these movies are so good. The reason why they didn't make my list is just because all three could easily make my list, and then they haven't came out with all three connected like together as one. And when they do that, it will make my list and count as one spot. But since I can't do that right now, they can't be on my list because that's just too many like spots to take up, So, yeah.
Only one trilogy, you fucking morons. Here's the first movie. No, I went through the whole scene. But I mean, I'm kind of where Kirk is on these, because it's like I really enjoy the movies. I mean, I remember when Return of the King came out to theaters, like they started the midnight show. I went and saw this marathon where they showed it in theaters. We sat through the whole first movie extended edition, followed immediately by the whole second movie extended edition, bleeding into the premiere of the third movie. So I spent like all day in the theater watching this, and I do enjoy these movies. But like Kirk, I mean, I kind of like the way you put it. Like if they disappeared tomorrow, I'd be like, okay. I mean, I like them. I think they're good. I understand how for some people, like Ethan was talking about, this is kind of his Star Wars, kind of the trilogy he grew up with, and I kind of feel like actually it's a good comparison because you got these movies are his Star Wars, the Hobbits are definitely like the prequels to this, and then now they're going to bastardize it with their own TV show on Amazon. So we'll see what happens with that. But I mean, it's a good movie. I do agree the score is very good. I think the effects in this movie are actually quite bad. Mostly just in terms of when they're trying to do the whole, trying to portray them as little people. It's like there's really bad body doubles and even the sizing throughout the movie kind of changes. And then some of the scenes where they try to make them look through forced perspective and stuff, everything looks really off. Or like when they're all standing there having the first meeting of the Fellowship, and it's just like, even back in 2001 they weren't good, but especially now you're like, okay, these are some iffy effects. But still, I mean, they're good stories, just nothing that's grabbed me the way it does seem to some other people.
The first Hobbit's not bad. I'll stand by that.
That's because the Hobbit should have been one movie.
I agree. but it's not bad.
I think I already talked about my relationship with Lord of the Rings, which is I fell asleep in the theater to every single one of these, and I haven't had a full experience.
All right, Brian, that takes us to your number 12.
My number 12, 1991, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. This is, I think, one of the best, if not the best. I gotta be like Cody and look at my list. There's some that can go either way. It is one of the best sci-fi movies of all time. But again, I know how Kirk feels about James Cameron, but I don't care. I think this one is a practically perfect action movie. I remember when it came out in theaters. This is one that, I just saw so many times, like even in the first week alone, I saw it a couple times. Yes, Edward Furlong is not a great actor, but he plays a great, whatever he's supposed to be, 10-year-old kid, because they are shrieky and annoying. Trust me, I can tell you from experience of my own children. Excuse me. But I think the action set pieces are great. I think the effects, while some of them are dated, I mean, just because of what they had to do with practical effects and stuff back then. But again, this is another one that it took a major step with the T-1000 in terms of where visual effects went after this, which of course then 2 years later, Jurassic Park took what they learned there and went to a whole new world with them. But yeah, this is a movie that has never dropped out of my top 20 since I've seen it. I think Linda Hamilton is a great job. I think it's what she did with her character from the first movie to what she became in the second movie, which obviously part of that goes because the writing of it changed the character. But I thought she did such a perfect job of kind of taking where that character has gone in her mind. And now that, she knows what's coming and she has to deal with it and prepare her son for it. She became this militant person. I thought she played that perfectly. And Arnold, he's just Arnold playing Arnold. So, yeah, Terminator 2.
I'm not going to badmouth James Cameron for this one, because this was made back when he was still like an actual filmmaker and not, friggin' P.T. Barnum. I love this movie. I think it's a great sequel. I think it's just one of the all-time great sequels in the fact that, how much it makes sense. And, it's like the logical progression of that story and those characters. And like you said, especially with Linda Hamilton, just where she goes from like that, just like kind of like young, plucky, waitress in the first movie to like what she is forced to become in the ensuing years. Then after this, the sequels just become a mess because the timeline, just collapses under the weight of all that. But these first two are really tight. And I like this better than Terminator 1. I actually saw this first, and then went back and saw the first Terminator, and I just wasn't as impressed. It's a good movie, but still, this one just takes it to places. The first one never went. I think Arnold's better in this. I think that idea of bringing back the Terminator and making him the good guy, and I think obviously just the star power that Arnold got after this was the reason for that. But it was still just a really good decision character-wise. The T-1000 is a great villain, and again, talking about movies that just changed, how movies were made, just basically invented that more special effect, and that was like the 90s. You saw that everywhere after that. So yeah, no, I'm not going to badmouth this pick at all. I think this is one of the all-time great action movies, one of the all-time great sci-fi movies. Everybody else on Terminator 2.
You say Terminator 1? You don't like Terminator 1, Kirk?
I didn't say I didn't like it. I just said I like T2 better.
Oh, okay. Saves you a little bit. I really enjoy Terminator 1. I think I just like the simplicity of what T1 was able to give us. But I won't say anything bad about T2. I think T2, I like both movies a lot. T2, they're kind of like Alien and Aliens, like they're two totally different concepts. One goes for a little bit more of the stalking horror kind of elements of the first one, and the second one is just balls to the wall action, and it's a lot.
And in both
of fun.
cases, the second one was better.
Okay.
Right down, Kirk?
This fucker just had some bad takes on his list. We don't have to worry about him.
Even when he's talking about a good movie, he can't not screw himself.
But no, I think this overall is just like I still seeing the semi truck like chase with them on the bike is just like one of the coolest scenes back then. it still holds up to this day. There's a ton of action. Linda Hamilton's just a fucking badass in this movie. There's nothing you can. This is again. I didn't call him P.T. Barnum. I have no real issue with James Cameron besides Avatar, really. But I think he just makes really good sequels sometimes. So he does a really good job. So well done. I like Aliens. Alien is better, I will say. But you said some shit about T1. So who's the real wrong person here? Kirk, go ahead.
Wait, you're
T2
saying T2 is better than T1 is a worse take than Aliens is better than Alien?
No. I'm just saying. I'm saying you've said some shit that is questionable about. So Brian is.
I don't think T2 being better than T1 is questionable, but okay. Everybody else.
Yeah, I love Terminator 2. This movie is awesome. I mean, I agree with everything you guys said that like it's just one of the all-time great action movies. James Cameron, when I go back, like these movies are hit or miss for me. This one is a hit. It's awesome. My first exposure to this movie was in Wayne's World before I had ever seen it. When Robert Patrick does that scene, and I was like,
"Have you seen this boy?"
I was like, "What is this? I don't get this." And then years later, I'm like, I get the Wayne's World joke now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to. I can't really say much more than you guys have. The whole cast is great. The action's great. The ending is great. You're surprisingly emotional about this like robot killing itself. Yeah, I love it. I wish this was like the end of the franchise. It's kind of like the perfect two movies right there. Like just you need trilogies, right? So everyone always makes the next one, but like this movie would have been a perfect way to end it.
Yeah. Terminator 2 is the only other James Cameron movie that I like really love. I'm not saying I hate all the rest, but this is the only one I do really love. I think it does perfectly expand on what Terminator is. Terminator is a genre piece. This is showing that could be a bigger world. It adds a lot more like mythos, to the world, which makes me more engaged in the characters, rather than watching kind of a genre experiment that Terminator is. So yeah, really exciting, great movie.
All right, Zach, keep talking. You're number 12.
Our energy level is so high right now, guys. Okay.
Spoilers.
My number 12 is Wally. Oh, damn it. I started packing to move. I have a Wally toy, and he should have been here to join me. Because Wally, a great guy, great friend. I kind of wish I could live my life like Wally. It's that ignorance is bliss, just the innocence and captured in a little mechanical piece. The pretty constant take of this movie. The first 40 minutes is great. The second half, silly. I think it is a bad take because the second half is just more traditional in a Pixar sense, but it's still engaging and fun. It's just set the bar so high with the first half, and as far as like doing something unique and really experimental in a sense, and so trusting of its audience that kids are going to be able to be engaged in a 40-minute kind of Charlie Chaplin comedy through robots for a little bit, to where you have to get the payoff of putting them into a more animated action escapades for the second half that I still think is earned within the story, makes sense within the story, and has purpose for those characters. So I still love that second half, but the first half is really just some of the most beautiful animation that's ever been done. The like isolation of the character and the decrepitness of the world we destroyed, and the contrast with the expansiveness and beauty of space. It's just mesmerizing. And the fact that you can really root for the romance between Wally and wait, is it time to cancel Wally? This is just coming. Wally falling in love with basically an asleep robot. This is non-consensual, and I don't know if this is perfect. It comes consensual over time, but for the most part, like he's getting a little too
passengers.
Close. Just to think about it, yeah. But the fact that you could root for their relationship and really feel for these two animated, machines is really remarkable. Done through the animation, done through just the use of those eyes. It's so remarkable how they create so much empathy through those. I this for a long point I would say was my favorite movie. I just haven't watched it in a while, so that's why it dropped. This also was the last time I shopped at a Blockbuster because I lost my keys to my car before I went to Tanzania for a month, and so locked my Wally rental in the car. So I had a month of late fees, and I decided just to never go back. And that was my last experience with Blockbuster.
Awesome. I'm
Make
likely.
this shit up. Good Lord.
Nobody else had Wally today.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna piss the chat off here. Wall-E is not the most overrated Pixar movie. It's not Up and it's not Ratatouille, so it can't be the most overrated Pixar movie. But it's close. First half, just a robot wandering aimlessly. Second half is just like goofy cartoon zaniness. None of it's interesting. This movie has just never done anything for me. From the first time I saw it, rewatched a couple times with my kids. Never got into it. Not my kind of Pixar. Really don't have much else to say about it. Everybody else saw Wall-E.
I just think it's hilarious that this chat falls asleep at the moment you bring up a robot. They're all like, "What, Pixar? Best ever." What are you doing? What are you doing on the last few picks? Like, T2 was talked about. Nope, but bring a robot. This is a movie that I've one of those YLS moments where I rant about that. Stop! It's stupid. Stop doing this. To now, I have to change my tune. I think it's a real beautiful movie. I think this movie is. I think it's overrated, but I also think it's like the most mixed thing ever. Like, there's groups of people that love this movie, and there's groups that kill the robot. Like, there's no in between, really. They are like two different ones. I'm somewhere in the middle. It's not in my top 5 of Pixar. It's probably not in my 10, but it's close. I just can't say it's a bad movie anymore. It's not a bad movie. It's a good movie. It's just not something that I love. But, when you have younger kids and they watch it and they get excited seeing the robot and they look happy and they're quiet, they're quiet through a 30-minute segment at the beginning. It's kind of heaven and kind of works magic. So I'll take this movie. Better than Winnie the Pooh.
I am with you, Cody. We're actually kind of fall somewhere in the middle, where I like the movie. I know it's a classic criticism, but I also feel this way where the first half I really loved, and then I didn't know that the rest of the movie wasn't like that. So I heard how everyone loved it, and I had only seen it for the first time like a year or two ago. So I was like really excited, and I was loving it. And then it does get like really generically like zany animated Pixar movie, so it did fall a little flat for me, unfortunately. I wish if they had just committed and gone the whole way through like that first half, but in space, like I feel like it would have been like a really beautiful thing. But I get it. It's like a kid's adventure movie, so I'm just being an asshole by complaining about that. But it didn't live up to the first half where I would have liked it to. The score is really great. A lot of the visuals are like incredible. But yeah, I don't love it.
I do have my Wall-E toy here. If I was going to put a Pixar movie on my top 100, and I probably should have, it would have been Wall-E. Wall-E is probably my favorite Pixar movie. I don't know how you can say it's overrated because I can think of 9 or 10 Pixar movies which I think are way more overrated than this one. But I love this movie, especially like everyone's kind of already talked about. But like the first half is essentially like a silent movie. I mean, I love the way that they can tell so much of this story and so much of it done when basically there's no real dialogue at all to this movie. It's kind of Charlie Chaplin-esque in kind of the very beginning, some of the early scenes, and then like later on you have like these like there's this scene where Wall-E and Eve are kind of flying through space, almost like this dance, almost like the ballet. I think that's so beautifully done as well. Yes, when the humans show up and they're the fat people in their chairs and stuff like that, it does bring it down a notch for me. Doesn't quite live up to that first half, but I think the first half is done so beautifully. I just love the way it's done. And I also think it's funny that Zach had E.T. and Wall-E back to back, since Wall-E's look is based largely on E.T. So.
All right. So we're down to everybody's last movie, and I don't want to jinx it, but there's a chance we're going to come in under 4 hours tonight. So let's see what we can do. Cody, what is your number 11?
My number 11, I think it stops. It was Yikes before, but it is Singing in the Rain, 1952. I adore this movie. Is it probably nostalgic, like because this is the first musical I ever saw and watched it with my grandparents and saw it in theaters. It's one of the first movies like of that age range that I remember like going to the theater and watching when they re-released it. I mean, Singing in the Rain is just overall, its title song is just, and that scene is one of the most iconic things in film history. Like it's pretty hard to beat that. But I think the overall movie gets a bad rap of what it is, what's supposed to be. Like people don't either like the songs, or it's not as catchy, or it's not as like that kind of fits in all the boxes that they want to put it in. But I love the make them laugh. I love the good morning. Like I love just how like happy-go-lucky this movie is, and like as he's dropping her off and he just breaks into that number, it's just it's what makes me love film. It makes you feel something. It's something that there are scenes in movies today that don't even look close to what this movie was able to achieve back in the day, and it's crazy. That is, you know. And I wish La La Land would stay the hell away and stop trying to do love letters to Hollywood, because this is like a perfect one that encapsulates the old Hollywood. And just leave it there. So yeah, Singing in the Rain. I already know how Kirk feels, so I hate my life.
Yeah, I had Singing in the Rain in my early 30s, I think 31. I don't have the time to look this up. It is just like wonderfully delightful. You know, Gene Kelly, you know, such a physical performer in his dances and his acting, and you know, the Singing in the Rain scene is really exhilarating because of that. And I try to relive it every time I have an umbrella. I think I'm okay, guys. I think I'm a better dancer than you would expect. I got to work on my twirls a little bit. But yeah, it's only, I will say, I often bring this up, but it does have the worst scene in an otherwise perfect movie, which is I'm gonna blank on the name now, like Broadway Melody, whatever they call it, the fucking out of nowhere dream sequence that's like 25 minutes of him imagining this Broadway performance is out of nowhere, is a boring music. It's kind of a boring performance, and I can just skip that. And if you take that out, this could be like top 10 movies for me if I get like a special edit, because it is just the thing. But the rest of the movie is so perfect. And Gene Hagen, I talked about this was on a different show, but how there's like a group of performers who you know, their whole bit is kind of funny voices, but for some reason it works so well. And me and Gene Hagen's, you know, funny voice, she's this great silent actress. I can't you know, transfer to the sound era because her voice is like so high and like it's like New York accent and ridiculous. It's I think it's works every time. She has a great delivery. It's a great performance within it. The last thing I want to mention, because Singing in the Rain is just like one of the best Red songs of all time. I know it's like kind of cheesy and you know, everyone knows it, but it is such a lovely song. And John Martin, who is this like one of these you know, best forgotten singer-songwriters of the 70s, does a acoustic cover of it that is the most calming thing that even can help me get through the day sometimes. So everyone listen to John Martin's cover of Singing in the Rain.
I had seen this movie once in college for a film class, and I really didn't like it then. So I went back and I rewatched it and said, maybe there's something there. Maybe I was wrong. You never know. It's just, you know, give it some time. So I rewatched it this week, and I realized that everything I thought about this movie was absolutely true. I really wanted to like it better. I'd watched other like Gene Kelly musicals since then, and that I enjoyed. Joseph Take is ridiculous. So this is better than American Paris. The thing that got me excited when I went back to watch this, so many of these musicals, good or bad, are like 2.5 hours long. I checked the runtime this hour 40. I was like, yes, okay, we're gonna breeze through this. I don't know how an hour 40 movie can feel like it's filled with so much filler. Like it is just packed with so much filler. Everything feels like it doesn't need to be there. The color palette of this movie just makes me want to throw up. It looks like they let like a 5-year-old paint their own bedroom and pick all the colors. Like it's so hard to look at. Gene Kelly's acting, like that voice and that cadence he used, I find very off-putting, as well as that freaky smile that's always frozen on his face. His friend Cosmo kind of looks like he looks like a wax dummy brought to life. Like he's like the makeup job on him. He doesn't look like a real person. I agree with Zach. Zach's dead on that last scene. That last sequence is really bad. It's really boring. It's not well done. A lot of the dancing is good, but then a lot of it's just there's like a lot of tap dancing, like just over and over again tap dancing. It's overdone. I like the story. Like my favorite part of the movie are like those scenes where like they're trying to figure out where to put the microphone, and then when they go to watch the movie and like they have like all like the ambient noise they didn't expect. Like a movie about just that, like a comedy about that with like better comedic actors, I think would be great. But this movie is no. I wanted to like it. I wanted to change my mind on it, but I just couldn't. Brian and Ethan on Singing in the Rain.
I am not a classic musicals guy, and so I have not seen this movie, and I'm sure at some point I probably will, but honestly, I don't want to. So like, not that I don't want to see it, but I just have no like strong desire to watch it. So I feel like when I do watch it, I'm gonna not enjoy it, where I'll probably feel how Kirk felt, and so I'm not in any rush to do it. We'll see, you know.
I've seen a decent number of older classic musicals, and I like a lot of them. But this, I haven't seen a ton of them. But this is one of the ones actually I really do enjoy. Compared to American in Paris, I will take this over American in Paris almost any day. You talk about how the running time, how long it feels or whatever. That fucking 15-20 minute ballet at the end of American in Paris makes me want to kill myself. Oh, good Lord. That whole thing could have been cut out of the movie. But sticking to this movie, though. Yank out my earphone. Yeah, I mean, this is a movie I honestly haven't watched in quite a while, so I don't remember the specifics of it. But this is one of the older musicals I do enjoy.
American Paris is ass. I'm sorry. Compared to this movie, is ass.
To answer Joseph's question, Sound of Music is better than this because Sound of Music was another musical
that Andrew said
I didn't like, and I went back and watched it. I did like it. I was hoping the same thing would happen for this movie, but unfortunately, it did not.
I hope you have to watch Moulin Rouge again at some point, like a couple times.
We're getting it canceled. We're making it happen. Cultural appropriation. Ethan, what is your number 11?
Well, I'm done for the night, gentlemen, because my number 11 is Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Oh, you left you.
What? Oh my God, that's fine. That blows my mind. Okay, I'll talk about Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. This movie is one of my favorites of all time. I could probably recite the entirety of the dialogue from the first and second movie back to back while watching it. Sorry, I'm just I'm flabbergasted right now, so I'm like trying to catch up. Keanu and Alex Winter, they're so good together. Their chemistry is great. They both have this awesome like young dude energy, but like they're such wholesome characters. And the idea that these two guys who are just like, you know, their whole message and way of life is be excellent to each other, and it's so strongly like coming off of them that when they travel through time, all these historical figures are just like along for the ride. They're like, sure, fuck it, let's go. I mean, yeah, they kidnap them kind of, but like a lot of them come willingly, you know, and they have a blast when they get there, so I think it's okay. But yeah, it's such a ridiculous concept. I mean, two guys who are going to fail history, and because of that, the universe in the future will crumble if they can't succeed. So to take that and have a guy from the future come back and be like, here, you guys need to go get a bunch of history people. You need to pass your history class so that you can form the most excellent band in the universe and save everyone. Like it's so ridiculous, but it's so fun. They're really funny movies. The music's really great. All the historical figures interacting are fantastic. You get Billy the Kid and So Crates. There's I feel like I think this movie was made for actually like a pretty small budget, but like they do a lot of big stuff, and like when they're in like the old the medieval times, it feels pretty great. They're in like castle, and there's that scene where they're like riding the horses and carriage away. It's like it's just such a fun movie with these ridiculous lovely dudes. And Rufus, I mean George Carlin is one of the most likable side characters ever. People forget like he's not really in these movies that much. He just kind of shows up, explains a little bit, and hops out and comes back at the end. And it's like the perfect amount. Like that's all the Rufus you need because it's so good. You don't want to get too much Rufus. The scene where they go to the future and the song "In Time" by Robbie Rob is playing, and all the people start like doing the guitar move at them is like. It's goofy and it's very 80s looking, but like I get chills. Like I love it. I think that song is perfect for that moment. The implications of these two guys, like with this really important task on their shoulders. I love it. It's such a blast. And I could watch. I mean, I'll watch Bill and Ted until I'm dead. It's so good. My mind is blown right now that Brian did not have this on his list.
I mean, it's a fun concept, and like the time travel stuff, and the best part of it's like when they bring them all together into the future, and like all these characters are like trying to find their way around. I think everybody knows about me. I just hate characters based on catchphrases and just whatever. This movie, it's not as bad as the second movie. But it's still graded on me. But there's still a lot of fun aspects to this. 11 is insane, Ethan. I mean, Brian didn't have top 100. 11 is nuts. Everybody else on Bill and Ted: Excellent Adventure.
I'll go next just because he expected to be on there. This is a movie. This is another one of those movies. If you would ask me, in the 90s especially, when my top movies, this would be in my top 10. I mean, I love this movie. I've watched this movie 100 times easy, probably over my lifetime. But it's a ton of fun. I think both this and the sequel are tons of fun. I considered them both my top 100. It was on my list, various positions throughout the whole list. It almost made it at the end. I almost think that the reason it didn't make it was because Bill and Ted 3 was such a pile of shit. That it's almost kind of hurt my impression of the first two. But even then, I mean, I do enjoy the first one a lot. I wouldn't put it on my top 100, but I think that it's something that's kind of unique. It's been copied a lot since then. I mean, even kind of Wayne's World was kind of copying Bill and Ted. But this is a movie that's basically these two, really nice, likable guys. I mean, they're a lot of people consider them stoner guys, but they're not stoners at all. They're almost more like surfer dude kind of people or something, because these are two PG movies. That's the great thing I love about it. I showed these to my kids when they were young, and they loved them because it's the kind of thing that anybody can watch. But it's just a nice, fun, enjoyable movie. It's got some really cool, funny, original ideas, and maybe you learn a little history along the way too. Who knows? I love the soundtrack too, by the way.
Did you say Face the Music was ass?
Yeah, pretty much. I pretend that it doesn't exist.
Well, Bogus Journey isn't much better. That's a pile of shit, too. But in general, this movie, I liked. I had fun with it. I gave it 3.5 stars. I may have been in a good mood. Possibly was in a good mood when I watched this because I think this is like Keanu Reeves is one of the most annoying human beings at this time. Like that character. Whoa. And I don't do trivia, but whoever is a side character, and I don't like him either. Like, I don't think they're very likable characters or enjoyable characters. I can't think of the actor's name off the top of my head.
Alex Winter.
Has he done anything? Has he done anything? The best part
Bill and Ted 3.
Freaked.
The best thing he did.
He directs documentaries mostly.
Yeah. I just think the people that like this, it's just weird for me. No, it's just weird to me. So, sorry, not my cup of tea. But Brian said in the 90s it would have been, but he grew up and got more mature and put Titanic and stuff on his list. So maybe you need to grow up, Ethan, and stop.
Brian played in a full random match with Bill and Ted.
He studies movies very well. Like we all
Don't
know.
you even talk about that Full Metal match, which I was robbed from, by the way.
You need to grow up and deny your heart, so everyone can be so proud of what an adult you are, like Cody does.
Now you're getting it, Zach. Now you're getting it.
I mean, I belong to the Bill and Ted fan club. I have all kinds of stuff from. I have like the old cereal box. I used to eat the cereal. It was crazy back then.
Well, you're a sellout. Like, what the hell are you doing? You did all this shit and you didn't even put it in your top 100. That's bullshit.
Zach, do
you have anything to say?
Oh shit! I forgot I haven't spoke. This is a long night, guys.
Wait till next week.
Hey, I have this on my shelf right now. The library reopened for the first time in public, and I thought it was going to be packed, and I was like so excited. Like everybody's going to go to the library. It's the first day it's open. I guess I'm the only one that gets excited about that shit. But I got Bill and Ted. I just haven't watched it. I probably won't get to it. I got 20 movies from the library.
You should probably watch it so you can return it so someone else can watch it.
Well, I'm going to return it without seeing it.
So you can go back to the library. Brian.
Oh, shit. I'm moving. I can take it all with me and have a blockbuster experience.
Brian, what is your number 11?
My number 11 is actually my most recent movie. It's from 2019. It doesn't seem like it's been 2 years already. It's the second one in this list, in this segment, Avengers Endgame. This is a movie that's been, I mean, everybody knows about this movie, especially this community. It's been talked about to death in so many different places. But this movie is just so unique in that this is the culmination of 22 movie story, basically, everything tying together. And this is a movie that I think delivered on it. First of all, people will talk about, I know we talked about runtimes. This is a long movie, but I don't give a shit because it earns every second of it and doesn't feel long. I would have, this is like you guys were talking about some of these other movies like Irishman, that I wouldn't have cared if this movie was another hour longer, another 2 hours longer. I wouldn't have cared. But they successfully, I think, wrapped up the story that has so many things going on to it. They brought everything together perfectly. It was a great ending. If the MCU had ended with this movie, I'd have been perfectly, this is a great story. They completed the story. It took it where it needed to be. Obviously, it's continuing past then, and I'm fine with that. But this is a superhero movie. Again, one of the best superhero movies of all time, in my opinion. Obviously, because it's my number 11 movie of all time. But I think it's a movie that not only delivers in terms of, the action and the superhero special effects, things all that you like from these big blockbuster movies, but this movie had some emotional heart to it, some emotion to it too, especially, with Black Widow and some of the other things that happened in the movie and Tony Stark's death and all that. Spoiler alert, anybody who hasn't seen it, but yeah, right. But yeah, this is, I think that this movie is the most recent one I have on there but it's already this high on my list because it was everything I wanted it to be. It was an amazing theatrical experience. Again, you get to go to the theater and just cheer with everybody that was there. It was a great time. The last time we basically had that kind of experience in the theater so far. And Avengers Endgame.
This is my favorite MCU movie. We talked about Avengers, what a good job they did started it off. This one just wraps it up all so well. Is it perfect in every way? No. Is the time travel kind of wonky? Yeah. But just the way they told the story. When I went and saw Infinity War for the first time in the theater, and everybody got dusted, there are actually people, and I'm sure everybody experienced this because I hear the story all the time, people like sitting in the theater crying about Spider-Man and crying about, Black Panther dying. And I'm like, dummies, time stone, get over it. And just the fact that they just start off by destroying the stones. You're like, okay, that's interesting. What's going to happen next? And they do 5 years later, and they let that permeate for so long. Just the decision, the way they went with this, they didn't take the easy route, and they made it. They made some really interesting decisions. So many great moments, so many great character moments. All the different, going back into the other movies is really cool. The on your left scene and one of my all-time favorite shots in any comic book movie is when Thanos shows up at the end and he's just sitting there, and you have that shot, coming, going up from behind of Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America just walking towards him. Just looks like an old Western, old samurai movie or something. Just so well done. And it was just a beautiful way to wrap up the whole story. And I love it. Anybody else on Endgame?
I should have yikesed it because I have the whole Infinity Saga in my top 10. So I feel like I made a mistake. But I like Adventures Endgame quite a bit. I love it. I feel it because they tone down on the snottiness and you get just fully engaged in the comic book storytelling, the action, and the emotional payoff. It is super strong. And I watched this with my Bob in theaters who watched Infinity War and fucking hated it. She's only seen bits and pieces of MCU and it was just all action based and she was lost. And then she watches Endgame. It was like bawling her eyes out for 40 straight minutes and it was still attached because this movie does hold itself alone, I think, pretty successfully. I think more than get credit for it because a lot of people will dismiss it as like, oh, it's just like the last chapter of a book. But I think it does tell its full story. It's almost like three movies in one when you split it into 3 acts. I think does tell a fully effective story. So great movie.
Endgame is my second favorite my first two are Winter Soldier and Guardians. But the two of them, I like Infinity War more. And the reason why I stand by that is because how they were able to do it. Like I was with Kirk in the theater when you're like Time Stone dummy. The weight of how they were able to make it, and 5 years later, and those deaths are still real, and those people are not the same as when they came back. Like there's still emotional weight that carries with those deaths instead of like, oh, I see the IMDb list of Endgame, they're all back. It was a genius way of them actually doing it. So Infinity War is a lot of action, but it has so much weight behind it, but it still holds up. Endgame is really good. I like Endgame a lot. I just hate that they invented this character. Like, didn't invent this character, but brought this character in Captain Marvel that they have to like throw off for 2 hours and 40 minutes of the movie and say, get the fuck out of here. Because if you show up, you'll destroy everybody, and there's not a shot of anybody ever surviving from Captain Marvel as she comes and destroys and wrecks shop. So it's like you created this giant force that now can just handle pretty much anybody. But those special scenes, like I love the 3 walking down to seeing Thanos. The only issue I have with Endgame is the Thanos in Infinity War is better than the Thanos from 2014 in this one. Like how his arc, because it was basically his story and where he was able to create, and you learn all about him. He's just this toned down version of like, I don't know what Brolin was doing or what the writing, the script. It just wasn't the same character performance that I loved in Infinity War. But again, not saying anything. Endgame was sitting in the theater and I would kill for that. And I don't know what theaters you've been to. Spiral, we had like a crowd reaction. Like we're screaming, go Chris Rock. It was, you need to. No,
my reaction in my theater to Spiral was boredom. Yeah.
I was joking, but fair.
I know what you're talking about. I don't go outside of town.
Yeah, I actually, it's well documented that I'm not a big fan of Marvel movies in general, and I didn't really like Infinity War, to be honest. And I did really enjoy Endgame. It did all the things that I wanted Infinity War to do. And it did add a little bit of extra weight, I thought, in the ending of Infinity War, because like you guys said, like that 5-year gap where they let you sit in that, like that's one of the few bold choices I think they've made in the Marvel movies where I was like, holy shit, like I was surprised they did that. That's like dark. And like, I don't know, I'm sure you guys had a similar reaction, but like when I saw it and those words come up very slowly and very intentionally, it's like 5 years later, it's like, oh shit, you know? And they don't undo that. So I thought that was actually a really impressive choice. I love how they did that. And yeah, like Kirk said too, like they blow up the Infinity Stones and then they kill Thanos like in the first like half hour of the movie. And you're like, where is this going to go? And I enjoy what they do. It is really fun. And you finally get like all of the characters and heroes teaming up at the end. I still wish that like the Marvel movies were a little bit more colorful and like they weren't so strict with this palette that all the movies have to kind of follow, where they desaturate just a little bit enough so that they're all similar looking. Because yeah, there's a lot of color, but they wash it out a little bit, and it's disappointing. But I think this movie capitalizes on all the storytelling. I think that when Kevin Feige says things like what was it? What phase was this? Someone help me out. 3, 4?
That was the end of 3.
I think it was 3. Yeah.
So like when he says like when he's like phase 3, the ending of Phase 3 is Spider-Man Far From Home. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, no, it's not. That doesn't make any sense. It's this movie. It should have been this movie. They should have stopped making movies after this because they'll never reach that high of that emotion and the characters they built up. Yeah, so I really like it, but I do think that it should have been the end. But of course, it's not going to because they'll make billions and billions of dollars after this. So I guess you can't blame them.
All right, Zach, take us home. Last movie of the night. Your number 11.
Yeah, speaking of movies that are just like individual ones you love, that no one you could imagine would have them, their top 100 out of 50, but solid movie. Into the Wild. Into the Wild, 2007, I said, is a huge year for me. I think I was 18 and maybe coming of age. But another big, what really helps us, I think, rise so high on my list is I've already kind of bad-mouthed my wife's movie taste. She has really shitty movies and she loves like movies I fucking hate. Like What Dreams May Come is one of her favorite movies. And I just like sometimes reconsider like how we ever got together. And
same, I feel that every day.
And before you watch movies, so.
Well, that's kind of her as well. I feel like her watching a movie with me is like doing me a favor. Anyways, let's just talk about our wives and children.
Let's do marriage counseling right now, everybody. Let's just talk about what we deal with every day.
Anyways, Into the Wild is like our thing. It's like our one connected piece. We've watched this a number of times together. It's one thing we really agree on. And maybe for slightly different reasons, because there's the natural aspects that my wife definitely really loves. I do think Sean Penn, who directs this movie, is not in it. Shoots it really beautifully, the landscapes. But, for me, I have kind of a connective tissue between a lot of these movies I love, especially as high up of what they tell us about, being human and humanity in general and the connections we make on this earth. I'm just like really scared of Kirk's take on how unlikable the main character is going to be throughout this, because it is the point. It's his growth of how he is super self-righteous as this coming out of college. I'm like, I'm going to give up money, like the worst type of human. Like I'm going to reject society and go fucking Alaska and be better than all of you. That's kind of what that is. Like kid out of college that thinks they're smarter than they are, but along his road trip, along the travels, he meets all these, really unique and rich characters that teach them the importance of human connection, and that this is, what makes the world spin in the way. What is the meaning of life is the connections that we make while we're here. And this isn't spoiler true story, but he realizes this, way too late. It is based on a true story, a devastating true story. That kind of, as viewers make us like, let's not wait too late for us to value each other and value friends. There's a lot of great role players throughout here. Catherine Keener as like this hippie, nomad in a way. It is, very, grounded, very earthy, perfect. Hal Holbrook was Oscar nominated, rightfully as this kind of conservative older man. I want to say in Montana, but I'm probably wrong. That is really mourning the loss of his family. So the man, when at that stage where everyone you've loved starts to kind of fade away, and he finds a connection and this kind of fatherly grandfather relationship with this boy, and watching that relationship is really lovely. And just makes me wish I was better at like small talk. I'm just fucking horrible with strangers because I want to like build connections with people and have a greater faith in humanity. The soundtrack to this movie is killer. I like Pearl Jam. I don't love Pearl Jam, but Eddie Vedder I don't think has made better music than he did with the soundtrack. He really captured the American wilderness, aspect during this and the soundtrack. It's another thing me and my wife both love and listen to a lot. And a great oh my gosh, Jesus Christ, it's way too fucking late. Why am I blanking her name? Fucking Twilight.
Kristen Stewart.
God damn it. Thank you, Kristen Stewart. I was gonna say Kristen Dunst, it would have been horrible. Kristen Stewart, a breakout performance really for me was pre-Twilight. As like a 16-year-old, I think has a lot of charm in that mission we want from her. Into the Wild, it's another movie I can watch on. Who is fucking like listening to the baseball game? Anyways, Into the Wild, lovely movie I can watch every day.
All right. Yeah, I got thoughts on this movie. First of all, I just can't relate to the idea of like wanting to escape society and go out to nature. Because nature has nothing to offer that compares to indoor plumbing. It's like, you go out and maybe you'll see like a nice sunset or a pack of caribou or whatever, but you still got to dig a hole every time you poop. So hard pass on that. And then the fact that he chooses to go to Alaska. The truest thing spoken in this movie is when Vince Vaughn says to him, "Go south, go south." To decide to go somewhere where the weather can just kill you is dumb when you don't absolutely have to. And on top of that, a lot of what you said about the character is true. He's kind of like trying to set himself as like this, like in the movie, tries to set him up as like this, like countercultural, like like superstar. Like he's burning money, and it's like, it's your parents' money. It's not really your money. It's not that big a deal when you burn money. It's like watching like a 3-year-old burn money. It's like he doesn't know what it really is. He's never had to like work for it or earn it. So I find the other characters, like you mentioned, like they were all much more interesting than him. He's basically like a poverty tourist. He comes from this wealthy family. Watching this movie, I kept thinking about Nomadland because it's there's a lot of similar beats, and I just kept thinking about how Nomadland is like a much more like engaging and interesting movie, just because it's about this woman who has life experience, is forced in the situation, and like kind of heroically carves her best life out of that. Where this is just about a character who at any time can call his literal millionaire parents and tell them to come pick him up, which to me made a big difference to it. And just like watching the movie, like reading about the real guy who's like kind of a dumbass, who thought like reading Thoreau was enough to be able to survive in like the wilderness, and it didn't work out too good for him. So yeah, it just, I just really couldn't connect to the character at all. I felt like it was very, like I said, like he was like he was trying to be something, and just the idea that it was like all based on him like rebelling against his parents. Maybe it's because I have teenagers. Like parental rebellion doesn't interest me at all. But yeah, that was my take on this movie. Everybody else on Into the Wild.
I just want to really quickly, I just want to say that Kirk, everything you're saying is like right on point. Like it sounds like you understand the fucking movie and then like hate it, because I think the movie rejects that character in general. It rejects his philosophy. It's not like rooting for it at all. The other characters are supposed to be more interesting. That's the point.
I haven't seen it, but I will say that I'm with Kirk. Wild, no, thank you. I'd rather poop in air conditioning. So.
I also haven't seen it, but I really like Emil Hirsch, so maybe I'll check it out at some point.
I first want to say that Kirk jinxed us. We just passed 4 hours. I also have not seen it, but you compare it to Nomadland, and honestly, I was bored by Nomadland. So yeah.
Shocker.
All right. Yeah. That brings us to the end. Holy crap! I got to pick winners. Last 2 episodes, I'm going to go last to first, just to make it more dramatic. Last place, I was so engaged in everybody's conversation, I really didn't think about who won today. Last place, I think it's going to be Zach, just because Jumbo Book, Titanic, Brief Encounter, Wall-E, Into the Wild, just too much stuff. I thought
Moulin Rouge alone locked it for me.
You're lucky. Moulin Rouge, making me watch the Moulin Rouge. I mean, that's just going to be something personal I'm going to hold against you for the rest of my life. But you had enough good movies. I mean, you had Star Wars, you had Fight Club, T2, Endgame, Avengers. Sorry, a lot of good stuff we left to made up for it. Coming in first place is going to be Cody. Cody wins this week. Just because he had Odd Couple, Pulp Fiction, The Irishman, Green Mile, a lot of good stuff. I mean, Singing in the Rain was a weak spot for you, but everything else is pretty solid. And then second place, Ethan. You lose points for Kill Bill 1 and 2, trying to squeeze those together when they're 2 different movies. But you still had Pulp Fiction. You had Back to the Future and Glorious Bastards. And I liked Risk Cutters. I didn't think it was worth 17 spot, but it was still enjoyable to watch. So that's the setup for tonight. Come back next week. Thank you for everybody in the chat who hung out, who made it the whole way through. Next week, I'll tell you right now, it won't be any shorter. We will start earlier. Are we doing 8:15 again next week? Is that the goal? 8:15 again next week. Top 10. This is it. We're going to wrap it up. We're going to see, who takes the cake.
And then we'll do the recap special like we did the previous week. I don't think we're bringing anybody back from the previous one, but we'll do a recap special of what could have made your list, what couldn't, what has changed since the time you submitted your list, and then we'll break through the top 100 that night, and it will be normal time, 9 EST.
Yeah, that last show is when we'll announce the winner of the top 100. And if you have any questions you've had over the course of the series, bring those. Star Drew, I know you always got a lot of good questions. Make sure you're there for that wrap-up show. But yeah, it all ends next week. We'll see you guys then.
Going to intimidate me. I'm entitled to my opinion.
Drunk and angry. Come on, break the lousy cup. Ow! I hurt my arm.
And I'd expect everybody to do everything.
I'm going there soon, you know.
Is that so? Where are you going?
Uruguay.
Well, you go Uruguay and I'll go mine.